Welcome to the stream. Hello. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Today we get to patch 6.4. 6.4. It's finally fucking here. I meant to play it a little bit sooner than now, but I just started a new job recently, so this is my first day off in a bit. So that's why I'm probably the latest streamer to get to the 6.4 content, which is unfortunate. But at least I'm able to get to it. It's fine. We got this. Hey Jenny, hey Lady Lunatic. Life happens. It's important. Yes, it is. I have been busy. My hands are all like screwed up. I don't know if you guys can like see that, for example. If I zoom in real close, but I have a huge pinch of my skin now missing on my finger. For those who don't know, the new job I started was like a dishwasher job, and you know, I've cut up a good chunk of my hands, little divots here and there, little paper cuts essentially. Those ones are kind of the worst with like cuts, but again, with my camera, you probably can't make out the worst cuts. But my hands are getting all sliced up. It's beautiful working in a kitchen, let me tell you. Yes, they do. And the thing is, the gloves that they give us are not really for dishwashing. They're for, let me get my camera to focus here. Camera. Focus on my face, camera. Can't tell if it is. Like, it looks kind of faded right there. I hope it is better as well. This one, so far, at least gives me breaks, unlike the last one, and it pays a lot better. It pays a lot better than my last dishwashing job. This one pays $19 an hour. So it's definitely worth keeping for the paycheck alone. But I don't get my first one until the end of this week, which hopefully will catch me up on a lot of, well, not a lot. I'm very behind on a lot of stuff. But hopefully will catch me up on the worst day. But you're not all here to hear about my my issues. We're here to play some Final Fantasy. My damn camera will fucking focus. Come on, you got this. I believe in you. Yeah. There we go. Now just freeze it like that. Turn off autofocus. There we go. My finger. Yeah, I'm hoping my hands will heal over, because I go back to work tomorrow. Today's my day off, and then I get Saturday off. So, trying to get into much stuff as we can today. Speaking of, now we are going to be jumping in today for the new 6.4 MSQ content. And if I'm not mistaken, we're also going to be doing. I don't know if we'll do it all in one stream. I might do this stream for the MSQ and then another stream for the Abyssos stuff. Not Abyssos. Abyssos is one level of the fucking raid tier. God damn it. Pandemonium. Fuck. It took me a second. I was about to like open up the goddamn like, you know, menu. But it just hit me just before I pressed the button. It's Pandemonium. For the next stage of Pandemonium, I know that is out. Anobesios. That's the name of the new tier. They're making these hard to, like, Pandemonium, just by the fact that it's spelled a little bit weirder. I can say that. Asphodelos, I can say that. What's the other one? Abyssos. You know, I could do Abyssos. Anobesios. Or Beseos. They're really making this, like, more difficult. Anobesios is fucking... Don't spoil me. Don't spoil me. Again, we might not get to it today. I'm not... Thankfully, again, I have today off, and I don't work till tomorrow evening. So, not like I'm pressed for time right now. But at the same time, I don't know how long the MSQ content is going to take for this. So, if it takes too long, there's other stuff I would like to get to tonight. So, we'll see. Hey, Ludus. How'd your stream go? Or how is your stream going? I don't know if it's going currently. Panda stuff it is. And it's neat. Panda stuff? And the best host is fucking amazing. I ain't saying any more than that. Good. Don't say any more than that, please. Pause it. Stop. Stop! Hammer time. Do you ever spoil it? No. I don't think so, no. It's neat is all I'll say, and the music is good. Well, of course the music is good. It's FF14. Saying the music is good in FF14 is like saying, hey, peanut butter and jelly work together, don't you know? It's like, yeah. It's not Scream levels of instant classic, but it's still good. I mean, it's hard to do that. I mean, Scream is just a song I can listen to on repeat. I still can. It's on my playlist. Especially when I'm at work, like it's on my work playlist now too. I had to make a new one for this job because there's a lot of quiet time. Actually, one of the waitresses last night when I was doing dishes like on autopilot, I was just she's like, how can you work in such silence? And then I went, huh? She saw the earbud in my ear. She went, oh, okay. Because apparently the other dishwashers that are there on a rare occasion have like speakers and shit. Like they do like a full stereo. Me, I just earbud. Call it. Done streaming, went well, didn't Premedy on Starship Troopers. But arm started hurting, so done after 45 minutes. Okay, well, you know, yeah, definitely call it if your arm's starting to hurt, man. You know, go easy on yourself. You're still recovering. Alright, there's Vashon. So, wait, as per usual, I give like a 10-minute precursor at the beginning here for anybody to join the stream before I get underway. We're at the 7-minute mark of the stream, so there we go. We're at the 7-minute mark, so I'm going to give another 2.5 minutes for anybody to show up that wants to watch me play the new latest MSQ content, and then we're going to get right into it. You don't like speakers? You prefer to wear headphones so I don't bother others? Well, the thing is, the whole idea with the speakers like at the restaurant is you're not bothering everybody, because everybody back there is kind of just trying to work. Like the kitchen staff, like the actual cooks, they need to communicate, so they can't have like a speaker right there. But if they get like just the feedback of the dishwasher playing their beats, they tend to prefer that anyway, because first of all, it's not so loud that they can't hear each other over it. They very clearly can, and they're mostly just getting the beat to work with. Meanwhile, the dishwasher just has a full-on blast. But in my case, I don't bring a speaker. Like some of the other dishwashers do, they bring little mobile speakers. Me, I just bring in my headphones. So, I'm pretty silent back there. Right now, I'm probably the slowest dishwasher. I get that that's kind of normal. Like if you're new to a job, typically you are going to be the slowest person. But I felt kind of bad because last night I was the only dishwasher. Period. The cooks couldn't help at all until the very end of the night. So, you know, we had a bit of a delay on that. On us getting out. I still got us out a half hour earlier than my 8-hour shift, but some of those cooks had been there a few hours longer than I had, so I felt a little bit bad, but at the same time, I try and not put anything through and put stuff away that isn't clean. I know that sounds like common sense. It's like, oh, you're a dishwasher, obviously you'd put the dishes and everything away only if it's clean. Well, some of the other dishwashers don't have that philosophy. Their philosophy is the muck easily visible? No. Okay, good enough. Put it away. Or is there a lot of muck? No. Okay, good enough. Put it away. It's just, we ran it through. It's sanitized. The little bits and bobs of chicken and burger and little ketchup stains here and there. That's all fine. Leave it be. We're good. I don't have that philosophy. I don't even put it through the sanitizer. Because the thing is, they have like a washing machine, right? But it's not a washing machine. It's a sanitizer. The little thing we put like all the dishes and stuff through on that tray, when we put it in the machine, that's pretty much just there to bleach the dishes. It's not so strong with like its little turrets of hoses and shit that it's gonna clean it up. I know I'm boring everybody, but you know, this is we're still not at the 10-minute mark. But, you know, it's there to sanitize the dish. It's to make it so you could eat off of it again, and there will be no trace whatsoever of whatever was once there. It's bleaching it, effectively. But it's not built to actually wash the dish. It's not a dishwasher. It's not like the ones we have at home that take like an hour to do the cleaning process because it takes that long to get absolutely all the muck off and sanitize it. No, my job as a dishwasher is to get all the muck off pretty much to the point where there's nothing there. It's basically a clean dish already. It's just making it extra clean by running it through the sanitation machine. Anyway, now that I'm done boring you with that, and we have now hit the 10-minute mark, let's get underway. Alright, Varshan. Let us continue with the MSQ. My god. I'm not sure if I remember everything. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute since the last story content, so I think I remember where we were at. Like, we just defeated all, like, the sub-commanders of the big guy. Shroud, it is good to see you. Have you any news from Old Shalian? We've yet to hear from Ishtola regarding her search. I'm trying not to sound too Russian. I try and do like the accent correctly, but sometimes I just fuck it up. Regarding her search for a means to return to the void, I must confess that her silence has left me feeling restless. Nor am I alone in this. Estinian is such an excess of energy that he has been helping to train our soldiers with nary a grumble. As for Zero... She eating apples? What's up, my waifu? Is something the matter? No. Stroud paid us a visit, and so I was apprising him of recent developments, or the lack thereof. Are you heading somewhere? Aye, to replenish my ether. Would you like to come? Sure, let's get a meal. Hey, Bad Gamer, what's up? Hey, I did my best to give you time. I spent like 3 or 4 minutes talking about my job as a dishwasher and how the sanitation machine works, just to give people time to join in. But good for you, Bad Gamer, we only just started. So at least my stalling was at least a little worth it. A rare but most welcome invitation. Timely too, I might add. I myself was thinking of venturing out into the city. It would be my pleasure to join you. You will accompany us, of course. Come then. I have an errand to run in the bazaar first. Fantastic. Hey, Matthew Gordon, how you doing? Howdy, howdy. Alright. Whee! Oh no. Yeah, better cheat and zip on over there the old-fashioned way with the Ethernet shard. Gimme. Someone's closest. Alright, let's pop her in. Ooh. In a way, I'm kind of happy that I've been distracted with some recent events in like the 40k community, because when 6.4 dropped, my recommendeds were full of people who were playing through it or like uploading their reactions to certain events. Thankfully, I was able to like not focus on any of those or even read their titles. I did see that V she jumped in as well with this stuff. I'm kind of sad that I don't get to watch her stuff, but I might be able to after this. I might be able to. I can't remember if she's uploaded. I don't want to look at her channel right now just in case. V's pretty good about spoilers, so I don't think she'll put anything spoiler in the thumbnail or the title. At the same time, I don't know. Depends on if she's even uploaded videos about it yet. I know she streamed it. for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, there's another streamer on YouTube. Her name is V, or Avona. She's pretty awesome. The two, both her and I, were playing through Final Fantasy pretty much at the same time, give or take. I think I was a little ahead of her. But both of us were kind of playing through it at the same time. We're both WoW refugees, so I like seeing her stuff. How's it going? Nursing an allergy headache over here. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your allergies, man. It's going pretty good. Started a new job, getting used to it, all that fun stuff. Anyway, Zero. I'm picking up some more spice. Marie told me to do so before my next visit. Mr. Zero has quite the tolerance, you see. The sisters show me Hanish are fond of spicy food, but I doubt any of us could keep up with her. With just the spices they normally have on hand, the Mayon can't quite satisfy her, which is why I am happy to provide what they need to achieve more rigorous flavors. Now then, variety being the spice of life, perhaps you'd like to choose something extra to blend with Mr. Zero's usual. It'll help to keep things interesting. What do you say? Fine by me. You can appreciate the nuances of this world's sustenance far better than I can, I expect. Alright, so where's the Carolina Reaper at? Huh? Where's the Carolina Reaper at? I'll make her feel something. The lustrous crimson powder, the aromatic black corns, the little red husks, or the coarse yellow flakes. Crimson powder. Bright red in color, the powder is hot just to look at it. It will likely induce a healthy sweat when consumed. Yes. You forgot how much you disliked Lise? I still stand by she wasn't... Like when I was playing through Stormblood, so many people on the streams were like, you know, oh god, Lise is terrible, oh man, this plot's rough. I'm like, I still don't think it's that bad. Like, Stormblood, don't get me wrong, next to A Realm Reborn... Actually, in some ways, Stormblood's worse than A Realm Reborn, because there was a lot engaging about A Realm Reborn. Like, especially since you were learning the world. With Stormblood, it was a little rougher. Mainly because of the flip-flop narrative between what was going on in Alamigo and what was happening in Doma. It really dragged you around. So, that being said, that was more of an issue to me than the core like plot with Lise or anything else going on there. Or Hien, or, you know, all of that was not that bad. In fact, towards the very end, it really ramped up enough to feel like all that buildup was worth it, to a degree. So, I don't know, I don't mind Stormblood as much as some, and I don't mind Lisa's character as much, but she was annoying. I will say, she was very annoying during Stormblood. Ah, that's a fine choice, but don't take my word for it. Here, have a taste. Zero may wish to observe your action. It would be considered to sample the spice in her presence. Alright, let's do that. You tentatively place some of the spice in your tongue. The veritable blaze engulfs your mouth. Ah! Your action speaks volumes. That will suffice then. Always a pleasure, Mr. Zero. And do give Marid my regards. Alright, by the way, make sure to leave a like, guys. Support the stream, all that fun stuff, you know? Make sure to like, subscribe, all that great stuff.
But with this spice.
Of course, Zero. It would be my pleasure. Well now, this is enough to make a whole kettle of your special curry.
I don't need that much.
Rest assured, it's easy enough to make a serving just for you. Or we could make the kettle and share it.
Why does it sound like the voice actress is whispering?
There would be enough not only for your companions but other diners as well. I dare say everyone will be delighted.
Very well. A full kettle, then.
Excellent. We'll prepare it at once. And for your excellency and our esteemed adventurer, are you happy to try a bowl of Zero's curry? We can make yours milder if you prefer.
Grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot fully appreciate the flavor with this vessel. Another time, perhaps.
Wait, he doesn't get to enjoy tasting stuff through Varshan? Huh. I mean, on one hand, that makes a lot of sense because he's animating effectively a corpse at a distance with like his ether. But your ether being in many ways your life force, I can see both ways for it to be enough of a connection to be a copy of yourself. Therefore, everything the body experiences should reflect on that. But if I think of it more as just a magical set of strings as opposed to actually like animating through it yourself, I guess I get why your taste buds wouldn't actually pick up anything. That kind of actually now I have a bunch of other questions in my mind. Like, if he can't taste stuff through Varshan, then is it because of a lack of actual physical taste buds on Varshan's part? Because it is a body he created with ether, so it's not a real body. Therefore, the taste buds wouldn't be real. Therefore, a lot of things wouldn't be real within Varshan. That also then makes me ask: is Varshan, the body of Varshan, have organs? Is it have like a biological functionality, or is it literally just a husk to animate that looks and comes off as living as possible, but isn't actually alive? And if so, then where does the food go that he would attempt to eat through Varshan? I have so many questions now. True, he said he cannot fully appreciate the taste, so maybe he can't. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So that means Varshan does have taste buds, but because I'm guessing because of the effort it takes to animate the body with ether, and because it's not his actual natural body, the information, if you will, of the taste buds don't translate fully all the way back. I think. You know, this is why like magic systems can sometimes get really like confusing if you're a very OCD kind of person. Like if you're someone like me who gets really like hung up on the details.
Do not hold back on my account, my friend. Eat and enjoy.
I intend to.
Understood. Please, make yourselves comfortable.
At least I care enough to put too much thought into it, Jenny. You know, like when it comes to like WoW's like stuff recently, like when they announced Shadowlands and stuff like that, I questioned like why the fuck are we going to like fight the like angels and demons and shit across the way. I questioned it to that extent, but when we actually got there, I cared so little about the story and everything going on that I didn't ask a lot of questions like why is Elune such a bitch that she sacrificed some of her own people to feed her sister type deal being here in the other world. Like why here? Why? I didn't ask a lot of those questions. I heard other people ask one. Oh yeah, that is a question to ask. because I didn't care enough. But I care so much about this that I'm asking stupid questions like, how does Varshan, the animated body, work with the ether stuff and the big guy with Vitra? Not Vitra. No, Vitra is yeah. Names.
It gladdens me to see you taking to life in Radzatan, Zero. In the area of our cuisine, not least of all. Spicy dishes have long been favored in our sultry clime for their ability to whet the appetite and cool the body. Of course, spices also have the effect of preserving foods, which makes them highly coveted in foreign lands. All of this has given rise to a thriving spice industry, and the wealth it brings has allowed our nation to prosper while maintaining its neutrality.
So you trade your spices? Seems rather more complicated than trading in ether.
In the beginning, this land was no more than refuge for me. But now it is my home, and the people of Radzatan my beloved children. Together, we build this vibrant nation. And naught would please me more than to show it to my sister one day.
Vibrant. Rubicante said the same when he described this world.
Rubicante. Sorry. Like, every time like I think of the fight with Rubicante, it's just that vibe of like the bullfighter, right? I just can't help but go Rubicante.
A reminder of all that has been stolen from us. What many who remember doubtless yearn to take back.
Our home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew. In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
Nonetheless, it's wrong to damn another to save yourself. As I told Rubicante, as I found myself moved to speak. I still do not understand what made me feel this way, nor what compels you mortals to help one another. But I hope to someday.
I really hope her character sticks around.
We too hope that you will find the answers you seek. What is going on?
What's happening?
Oh, they're bringing over the curry. Okay.
Compliments of Mistress Zero, the Satrap's honored guest. We are serving a special curry for anyone who wishes to partake. But be warned, it is not for the faint of heart.
It's spicy.
Oh, by all means, I'd welcome the challenge.
Sisters have mercy. The smell alone is...
Oh.
Ah! It burns! It burns!
Oh, that's great.
To better maintain the facade, the alchemists ensured that my vessel was capable of consuming food.
So it is capable of okay.
However, I fear Zero's curry would test the limits of their design.
So he can taste it. So he was just dodging a bullet.
Apologies for the delay. Please relax and enjoy your meal.
Relax. I don't have time for that. I've been waiting for this. Come. Let's replenish our ether.
The enthusiasm and intensity behind that line. Woman likes her food. I get it. Oh my god, everyone else is down. It's a massacre. My whole life flashed before my eyes and it was exhilarating. Thought the spices we picked were perfect. I don't know, the first line feels good.
I trust you have eaten your fill.
What drink is that? Like, it looks almost like an ice cream, but then there's like a red thing at the bottom. I don't know, it's like a smoothie, maybe?
I shall have Merit prepare a meal for us to take to Estinian. I suspect he too is overdue a replenishment.
So in other words, we're gonna make him suffer too, got it.
By this
I'm
hour,
all for this.
he will have retired to his chambers at Magaduta. Come, let us pay him a visit.
Time for Estinian to burn. The spicy curry has left you slightly flushed and set your heart racing. Whatever challenges await, you are ready to face them head on and with feeling. Wait, does that actually add a buff? Hold on, does this actually add a buff? I want to see. No, didn't. Oh no, that is. Spicy circulation, reforged by the flames of truly challenging curry. Wait, it only lasts another 13 seconds. Oh, yeah. Is it a reward for the mission, maybe? Yeah, it is. Oh, no, maybe it's not. Food, urchin pasta, melon pie, gyros, and panello tomato salad. Those are my options, really? Not the spice curry? I feel cheated a little bit. Alright, to make it do da. Away! Actually, I should probably do, even though it completes the look, I'll turn off my eye thing. Welcome back. Master Estinian, yes. He has returned to his chambers. I'm doing it right, and again, Indian, not Russian. I shall be happy to escort you.
Estinian, are you there? We've brought something for you.
Oh, this feels so good. Oh, this reminds me of those like pranks you pull on your friends. Like, I never went to college, but I did it in high school, and I did it to my friends as a young adult when I lived in an apartment with one of them. I tell you this, nothing's greater than just making some evil, either a cocktail or it's just an evil like food that you just make look innocent as all hell, and then have them fall for it. Oh, those are always the most fun pranks.
I enter.
Okay. Given how many people in the FF14 community consider him their husbando, this scene is going to be a gif for so many of them on repeat.
Masala from the Mehane.
Yeah, you could just sense the I'm fucking with you energy.
Masala, eh? I prefer my squid dried, but I'm sure it won't disappoint. My thanks. Idle as I am in our sorceress's absence, I see. I can't offer much in the way of entertainment, but make yourselves comfortable.
She checking him out? Oh, is she checking him out?
Shall we disrobe as well?
Oh, no, I keep forgetting. Zero's very innocent. Well, not innocent, but you know what I mean. Like, very naive. I thought she was checking him out for a moment. Like, you know, like, oh, Zero got a thing for us to do. No, Susan. No, she's just like, wait, he's not wearing clothes? Am I not supposed to be wearing clothes right now? I thought I was supposed to be wearing clothes.
No. We simply caught our friend unprepared. He will make himself presentable at once, I am sure.
Oh, yeah. This is fun.
At last. We've been looking for you.
Familiar faces after so long.
My friends, tell me, were you able to devise a way to return to the 13th?
I believe so. It required a visit to the moon, where I took the opportunity to enlist Orionge's assistance.
Ishtola hath told me all. I should be glad to help you free Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
Hearing that Shakespearean pentameter voice yet again is so good. Missed it.
If Rubicante spoke true, both Golbez and Ashdaya are on the moon of the 13th. Unlike here in the source, however, we have no means of making the journey from the surface of the star itself. The technology simply does not exist. Therefore, I propose that we employ a gate to deliver us directly to our destination.
Is such a feat possible?
In theory. Having once been a single hole, the source and its reflections share striking similarities in geography. And according to a certain someone who unceremoniously whisked us away to the first, the same locations across the worlds are intrinsically bound. All of which is to say, were we to pass through a gate on the source's moon, it should lead us to the moon of the 13th. Of course, there is the risk of Voidsent gaining entry to our world. Thus did I decide to seek Orionge's counsel.
Both the Watcher and the Loporrits are aware of our proposed endeavor.
Good. I was about to say.
While they are yet deliberating precautionary measures, they have pledged their full cooperation.
I'm sure the Loporrits are working like crazy right now. The little buns.
You've been busy. I presume you've also found a way to open this gate.
Be it in Radzat-Han or Sharlayan, scholars have long cast their gaze unto the endless dark of the void. And so, with harnish insights to augment our knowledge, we have indeed conceived of a promising plan to pierce the veil.
Oh, do tell.
A plan I am confident will succeed, precisely because the moon is our stage. The preparations will be extensive, and we will require vast quantities of ether.
That's a given. Pretty much always is.
After all, our gate must be large enough to accommodate another great worm. My proposal entails delivering copious amounts of ether to the Tower of Babel in Garlemald. As you will recall, Fandaniel used the structure to destroy the brand's imprisoning Zodiac.
Just hearing his name again makes me cringe. I hate Fandaniel.
And we, in like manner, will use it to channel ether to the moon, and thereby open our gate.
I see. Then we shall need someone on the moon for the necessary rituals.
Just so, Your Excellency. I intend to head back anon for that very purpose, as well as to help devise our strategy to deal with invading Voidsent. Along with our lunar allies, we will once again require the assistance of your alchemists, Nidana not least of all. May I trouble you to serve as their escort?
Fine by me. The room was beginning to feel constraining.
Oh, no more push-ups?
For my part, I shall oversee the requisite tasks on the star. Might I prevail upon you for your assistance?
If all are in agreement, then let us set to work. We'll open our gate, and we will stop Golbez.
Here, here. Love the camera work. And thus begins the journey of the Dark Throne. Right. Urianger? If one and all are ready, then let us set forth. Our preparations are complete. If I may, I beg a moment to exchange this vessel for its cloned counterpart. It is in the keeping of alchemists of the High Crucible. Of course, we shall accompany thee thither, and thence begin our journey. Thee thither. Oh, man. I know some fuck shit's gonna happen. It's Final Fantasy XIV. Nothing's ever as simple as any of us would like it to be. But goddamn, I'm really hoping nothing too bad happens. I'm all for some like dynamic, like, you know, craziness. But I just want everything to be like wrapped up in a bow, like neatly, with only good stuff happening. And everything, after everything that happened with Endwalker, I just don't want any, like... Do not depress me, please. End on a positive note. Let's get Vitra and his sister Ajdaya back. Let's have nobody else die. Let's have everybody separate and be like, ah, we did it. And then the new journey be set forth with no sourness at the end of Endwalker. Please. My apologies for the delay. My, that is a striking simulacrum indeed. Well suited to the work ahead, I doubt not. Allow me to explain Ishtoler's plan in greater detail. As you know, we seek to open the Void Gate in Mara Lumatorum, that we might gain direct passage to the moon of the 13th. Whilst our comrades labor upon the moon, we must needs accomplish 2 tasks. The first is to the procurement of a substantial quantity of ether, and a subsequent delivery of it unto the Tower of Babel. Said structure was once used to siphon the land's essence by way of the Telophoroid spires. Such a method, however, doth pose an unacceptable risk to the greater ethereal balance of the world. Thus, we must seek an alternate means of conveying our requisite resource. Our second task doth pertain to the use of the Tower of Babel itself. You may recall that this portal onto the moon was placed under the supervision of the Ilsabad contingent. It would employ it to... If we would employ it to different ends, we must first obtain the contingent's express permission. I should like to believe they would not refuse us. So perhaps we should concern ourselves with the ether problem first. Have you any idea whence we might source the vast quantity needed? Aye. A likely location doth come to mind. Let us make for the airship landing. There I shall reveal more. Street tacos? Get them tacos, Jenny. I don't know. I encourage you. I think. At the very least, enjoy them tacos. Oh yeah, I just realized they didn't do any fuck shit with the curry in Estini. Damn it! I was hoping to watch him like freak out. I mean, he's from Ishgard. They're basically the French of this world. Come on, they can't have any spice in their cuisine. Would have been hilarious to watch him freak out. Alright, where am I going with Iliange? Oh, airship one. Beef stuffed tacos. So big. Yummy. Rianger? All are present and accounted for. Excellent. We shall travel to Charlene, and then seek the nearby Isle of Ham. I almost said ham. Wolfram. Originally, the Ragnarok was to be powered by ether harvested from the Isle. But as well you know, an alternate power source was ultimately found for the vessel. Passage unto Ultima Thule, to the very limits of existence, was facilitated by not less than the strength of the Mother Crystal herself. As such, the Isle of Ham's vast ether deposits remain untouched. We may help ourselves to that energy, provided we are able to secure the Forum's permission. Yet again, with needing permission, there's nothing straightforward in this world. Such is the nature of politics, I fear. And as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have been officially disbanded, no longer are we a recognized collective. A somewhat disadvantaged position, bureaucratically speaking. Fortunately, however, there is a recognized and respected body upon which we might prevail, the students of Baldessian. Upon arriving in Charlene, let us seek our friends at the Annex. Oh wow. It just ported us right in. Okay. Well, that makes travel easier. Ojika, how you doing? Welcome back, Shroud. What brings you here today? And in such colorful company? Greetings, Ojika. On this occasion, we are come to seek the students' assistance in a matter of some urgency. In that case, you'll want to speak with Kryl. She's in the main hall, sorting through our archives. There's a visitor with her at the moment, but it's no one you don't know, so feel free to show yourself in. Proceed to the main hall. Alright, who's she meeting up with? Who else we seeing today? Come on. Kryl, alright. Ah, bunny boy. What's up?
Well now,
if it isn't two of my dearest friends. As for the other two, I don't believe we've had the pleasure.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Not in this vessel, perhaps.
I knew she didn't meet Zero before, but Vashan.
Vashan. Though, you are welcome to call me Vritra, if you prefer.
Pay me no mind. I merely accompany them.
Oh, come on, Zero.
I pray you forgive us our intrusion. If you are occupied, we shall call again anon.
It's quite all right. We've just finished swapping all our secrets anyway. Erenville occasionally comes and shares the latest Gleaner gossip, you see. From forgotten ruins to mysterious relics, if there's aught that might be of interest to the students, he kindly lets us know.
Alas, I must soon depart on an expedition.
Hope you have fun, man.
As I may be away for an extended period, I wish to give Kryl fair warning. Hence my visit today.
I see. There are specimens that want for procuring, I presume?
No, it isn't guildship business, but rather...
Personal?
Homecoming. But enough about me. You have business too, yes? And I'm in the way.
Far from it. As a matter of fact, we should be grateful if you could stay and share your knowledge of the nearby isles with us. We seek a means to travel to the Void. There, a man named Golbez plots to invade our world. A man who even now holds my sister hostage. To that end, we require a great quantity of ether, which we understand may be had on the Isle of Ham. We came in the hope of exploring how it might best be procured.
An invasion from the 13th? Must the stakes always be so dramatic?
I know, right, Kryl? Wish we could keep yeah, Erenville's good people. It'd be cool to have him around. I've thought that about a lot of characters from each expansion, though. Like, each expansion, they introduce at least one or two new characters that are like Shads. That are awesome. And then something happens to them. Best case scenario, they just kind of disappear from the picture. Then in a lot of other cases, they fucking die. 'Cause thank you for traumatizing me, game.
If Gleaners collected world-ending crises, you could make quite a name for yourself in our profession.
I'd be damn good at it.
It's true the Isle of Ham is a veritable font of ether, but as it's under the Forum's direct jurisdiction, only a privileged few get to set foot there. I myself haven't.
So if we want to help ourselves to the Isle's ether, we'll need to secure the Forum's permission.
Oh, great. Because that's so easy. Hey, Elder.
Very well. The students of Baldessian recognize your endeavors as combating a grave threat to the world. As representative, I hereby pledge our full assistance.
Thank you, madame.
Now that it's official, you may leave the politics and paperwork to me.
Oh,
Our operations remain small, but we shouldn't meet any undue resistance.
We are truly grateful.
If I may. According to the original plan for the Exodus, ether collected from the Isle of Harm was to power the Ark. Art thou perchance familiar with the logistics of this endeavor?
I don't know anything about that, I'm afraid. Nor do I think any cleaner would. You might have better luck asking someone involved with the Ark's construction. Margaret, for instance. She's a researcher in Charley and Hamlet. I met with her for a job recently, and she mentioned working on the Ragnarok's propulsion system. You could do worse than to seek her out while awaiting the forum's verdict.
We may well do just that. Our gratitude for thine advice, and may this threat be but a memory upon thy return.
You're quite welcome. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
So, he mentioned going home for a homecoming. Does that mean he's going, like, home to...
I best start drafting our petition. Go on and find your researcher. I'll contact you as soon as we've made progress.
I mean, he's not going home to, you know... And then, you know... And then... You know... It's not that time of year for them, is it? Lightning. You play one of the bunny people. It's not that time of year, is it? Where all the men come home, you know, to lay down the law, so it were. Then leave. Well, jokes aside, what he said was actually. It seemed like when he stared off into the distance and went homecoming, did come off as more serious. Is he gonna be walking funny? Probably.
Let us leave matters here to Mistress Kryl, and hie ourselves to Labyrinthos.
Right then, time to put our best foot forward.
You got this, Kryl. I believe in you. I don't envy the paperwork, though.
A pity you can't tidy yourself. I should have had Ishtola enchant you when I had the chance. And what have we here? Later, Kryl, later. You've work to do.
What? Okay, they're making a point to show this cinematically. So there's something important about that. But what? Camilla Bella. Wait, what? Why do you have a whole set of Reaper gear? I mean, thank you. I guess it's not the whole set. It's all the front-facing gear. Wait, why? Hold on. Now, why does it look like? Why does it look like Attack on Titan uniforms? What? Ah. That bolt gun is really worth the 21. Wait, hold what? You can confirm that bolt gun, that a bolt gun is really worth $21. Holy shit! So this is all the? Is this all the new dungeon gear? What is this? Where's this? That scythe is really weird looking. I was crafted 640 gear. Damn. I'm gonna get closer to the lighter of the crystal. Oh, I like the purple trend. It kind of, again though, I stand by. It looks like the Attack on Titan uniforms. You know what I'm saying? The game. Oh, the video game bolt gun. Unfortunately, I have negative $18 as a bank account summary right now. So, unfortunately, I would need 21 plus 1850 to be able to afford it at the moment. So, I'm not even kidding. By the way, I do have a negative bank account balance. That's why I am taking as many hours at my job as I can. I get paid this Friday, my first paycheck, but it's not gonna be a very good. It's not gonna be a very good paycheck. Since I only just started, I only got 3 days in. But it's gonna be something to help me catch up a little bit. But I plan on getting bolt gun eventually. Just probably won't be till my 3rd or 4th paycheck, because I have way more important things I need to catch up on. But glad to hear you recommend it. That is a weird looking scythe. I can't kind of. Why does it look like that? And it's creative. It kind of reminds me of like a. Kind of reminds me of a Kingdom Hearts type weapon, but it's not my style. That's for sure. Hold on, can I do my glamour plates here? I don't think so, but. Nice. Okay, good. Okay, good. I can. Oh. Okay, now where were we? Right, Margaret. How you doing? Visitors? How delightful if you require assistance. Then ask away. It so happens you've caught me at a post-deadline bliss. Forgive us the abruptness of our inquiry, but 'tis our understanding that thou had charge of the Ragnarok's propulsion systems. We should like to know how ether harvested at the Isle of Harm was to be stored and transported to the Ark, if the disclosure of such information is permitted. Oh, it's no bother at all. We built special tanks that can store ether, just like we can use casks to store wine. Simple, really? Simple, but quite brilliant in construction. They almost said reviled. They revealed even crystals of etheric capacity. Or rivaled. I'm an idiot. They rivaled even crystals of etheric capacity. A pity we never got to use them. Ah, how muddled and distant the memory. When Doom's deadline looms large, and we extricated ourselves from the waist-high mire of work only to end up chin-deep in another. I was at one with the world, a conduit for the energies of creation, but now I'm truly alive. Who would have thought that sleeping in a bed and eating warm meals could make such a difference? Why, I feel positively functional. I dare say it rivals the thrill of dancing on the knife edge of failure. She's lost her mind. We are glad for you, quite. On the subject of ether tanks, do you know what became of them? What did become of them? For the life of me, I can't seem to remember. Oh, but I do remember someone who might remember. He should be back by now. Just look for the fellow wearing an outfit that screams, "I've been on vacation and you haven't." Very well. We shall seek out this conspicuous colleague of thine. Our sincerest gratitude, Margaret. And do look after thyself. Come, let us seek out this individual attired in a manner suggestive of recent furlough. It's so fun reading Leon Shay's dialogue. Okay, so someone who looks like they've been on vacation. Well, at least it gives me a narrowed down location. Do 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 do. It's basically whoever's not in a lab coat. Of course, it's a Lalafell. Wait a minute. Oh, it's you! That's Kakol. Okay. I didn't think we'd actually see him again. Correct me if I'm wrong, this is the Lalafell that was like the head engineer, right? That, like, for the ship and everything? Fuck, man. I almost forgot he existed until just now. If I recall correctly, like the one time we heard his voice line, he had a really deep voice. The face that launched our teeny tiny tour boat. Have you been trailed? Able to catch a bit of rest? Yeah, Mr. Explosion Enthusiast. Yeah. God, it's been so long, man. It's been like a year. Fuck. Actually, has it been that long? It feels like it's been that long. Well, if I don't know about the ether tanks, who in beer God's name would? Born right in me very own workshop, they were. I know I'm giving him a way different accent than I did. I don't remember what voice I gave him before. I just remember he did have a deep voice, though. Pleasure as always, Master Kakol. I trust thy respite proved rejuvenating. And then some. But I won't bore you with the details. At least not without a drink in me. So, why the interest in our little old tanks? Permit me to explain. Blah 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 blah. I see. Think I've got the long and short of it. It goes without saying, but oh yeah. Oh, I remember now. I gave him a Scottish accent, didn't I? Nah, fuck it, I'll do with this. We all owe you more than we can even ever repay. If you need our ether tanks, then they're at your disposal. There's just one problem. You need the forum's approval to set foot on the Isle of Ham. Were it up to me, you'd be on the next ship out, but that lot can't wipe their arses unless it's in accordance with procedural motions. You may be assured that my backside is immaculate. Fortunate. What a response. Oh, that was great. Fuck. Thoroughly extumpatizer, Mr. Fortunal, and Scholar Montechanel. What a surprise! Pardon the intrusion. The forum has deliberated your petition, and we decided to deliver our verdict directly. I would hope that the matter of pandemonium has not been overshadowed by other concerns, but this is a discussion for another time. You have been granted special dispensation to travel to the Isle of Ham for the purpose of etheric extraction on one condition. On account of its rich deposits of ether, the isle is home to throngs of vicious beasts. We ask that you cull any such creatures you encounter. I sense a duty or a dungeon coming. That's all. Given the vast amount of ether we seek, I expect a far greater price. Or expected a far greater, higher price. Yeah. Oh, believe me, we do not underestimate the value of what you desire. Nay, we simply owe the students of Baldessian and their esteemed collaborators a debt of gratitude, and we felt that expediting your request was a suitable way to repay it. A debt of gratitude? We have taken the liberty of arranging your passage to the Isle of Ham. Your vessel awaits in Scholar's Harbour. Then I'd better get those ether tanks loaded into the airship. We'll be ready to take them where you need, assuming it's safe. I should head back to the annex, but should you need anything else, don't hesitate to call. The wheels are rolling. Damn chickens are cawking.
Bound for the Isle of Ham. You look like the ones Master Fortuno told me to expect. If you're ready to depart, then so am I. Just say the word.
Is something the matter?
I did recruit one other to our party, but he is late to arrive.
Who else? Of course, it's
Forgive me
Thancred.
my delay.
I was thinking, like, oh, who could it be? Who the fuck else? Thancred.
Thancred? 'Tis good to see you.
If it isn't Varshan. They do grow up so quickly. Urianje tells me we have a host of exciting new tribulations to face. And you must be Zero. I've heard all about your daring do in Garlemald. A pleasure.
Apart from strengthening our company with his redoubtable skill at arms, Thancred may also serve as a mentor in those matters that trouble thee.
The emotional
I
stuff.
speak of the intangible forces which bring souls together. Thancred is possessed of experience both unique and insightful that I am sure he would gladly share with thee. Thou needst but ask.
True, he is a good choice there. Knew it. Anybody else down to join us on this one or no? Yeah, my hand. Oh, Lauren's in a trial. Oh, my hands. Alright, Lauren's ready. I wonder if Jenny is ready. She got back from tacos, right? Yeah, she commented after she came back from that, so I didn't know. Wow. I don't know if she's going to be available. She went quiet. Maybe she's dealing with one of the cats. Or otherwise, I don't know. Jenny, you still in the chat? If not, I will DM you. Jenny, 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 Jenny. It appears she is occupied. Not. I say that not because she has messaged me, but because she has not messaged me. So, Bad Gamer, if you want in, I will search you up right now. List. There we go. Full party. So, Bad Gamer, I hope you're a DPS. Liboo. Let's do this. We got this. Ooh, that's a pretty shot. I can't talk today. Pretty shot to start on. What the f... Was that a polar bear warming his paws? What? Where the fuck am I? Alright. And Communio, boom. How convenient! The ice shifted just to let us through. Sounds good to me. I will say, this is probably one of the more beautiful, at the very least, beginning sections of a dungeon in a long time. That just looks so awesome. Down, down, enshroud. No. This music is terrible for fighting music. Just saying. It's beautiful music, but this sounds like something I'd want to listen to either if I'm trying to fall asleep or if I'm very, very, very casually grinding, mining or something in the background. Alright, please tell me there's boss music. Thank God. Video. Boom. Alright, time to bring you down, big boy. I cooked it again, man. Goodbye, ugly fish. You were an interesting fight, at least. Whee! Zipline. Boom. God, this is beautiful. Come back here. Tab. 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 Poor Furbies. Whee! Boom. That's a great view. Yeah, and this is a beautiful dungeon. Alright, boss number 2, his name is Arcus. He's a very crystalline figure, isn't he? Lightning Bear. Oh, joy. My DOT on him. Damn, got hit. That is a creative mechanic, though. Like the divvy ups. Yeah, that's actually clever. I like that. They keep coming up with new mechanics. I thought they kind of peaked at what they could come up with, but not like that's new. At least nothing else like that is coming to mind. Like there's similar abilities. Don't get me wrong, but that one's pretty unique. Crap. Oh, backgammon last second too, dude. Damn. Close though. That was close. Whee! Yahoo! I kind of miss the outdoors view. This crystal cavern type deal thing. We've done that before. Ain't doing wrong. It looks neat. You can definitely see where the ether's coming from, but... Minio. Mapping the realm, the Aether front. Yeah. My headphones turned down? That sounded really quiet. Slumbering Scourge, Octomammoth. You look familiar. I swear we fought very, 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 very similar shit to you. Not in a long time, but very similar shit. Like in A Realm Reborn. This music is... sounds like some of the music I've heard in FF1, the remake I've been playing anyway. And I'm almost dead. Yay! Alright, we got the ugly fucker. You are one ugly motherfucker. Boss name is from FF4, not FF1. Well, it sounds very similar to some of the tracks I've heard in FF1, was my point. Alright. Let's get the story element of this. Why, hello!
Much obliged for clearing the way. We'll get to work at once.
I like my voice I do for him better. Actually, I think I said that as well when I did the Scottish voice. So to be fair, I like both my Scottish interpretation of him and my, like, you know, backwoods southerner kind of accent for him. I like both, or like Texan southerner. Like, I like both of them more than I like that voice. That voice isn't bad. We're wrong. I like my interpretation better. That voice is still good though.
Filling these up will take a good while. I appreciate it if you stood watch till we finished.
It's always weird hearing like a Lalafell have a deep voice.
I ain't getting chewed to chum by some ether-bloated bugger.
Especially when they do shit like that. I mean, come on, that's too cute. The voice and the visual do not match. This was a fun dungeon though.
Where were you planning on putting these to use? We could deliver them by airship, see? Provided it ain't too far.
We would need them transported to Galemon, to the Tower of Babel.
Ah, that's a long old journey. Too long for a direct flight. Tell you what, we'll send them over with the scheduled shipment of provisions headed that way.
That's a good
I'll
compromise.
make arrangements as soon as we get back. Save some poor chocobos having to drag this lot through the snow.
You have our thanks. We shall not forget your generosity.
So just like little vacuum cleaners. Suck it all in. Look at all that. Like, it's like fiery ether everywhere.
Everything seems to be proceeding apace. I dare say you would have been fine without me.
Why would you say such a thing? You are not bound by contract or the threat of force. And you gain no advantage by devaluing your own contribution. Yet you must be bound by something to speak thus. What is it?
Friendship.
What binds me? A belief, I suppose. Born of our shared struggles. No matter where my comrades go, I have faith they will be fine. For I know that they will walk their chosen path as surely as I walk mine. I trust them, in short. Trite though it may sound.
Trust.
It's a valuable trait to have.
I remember the word. How long has it been since last I used it?
Probably a long ass time.
It had no place in my dealings. Not with other Voidsent, and certainly not with Xenos. Not even in the time before darkness engulfed the world. Full often did Memoriates betray their own, corrupted by the very power they wielded. Alone we fought, and alone we fell. I wouldn't know how to trust. Is there some trick to it?
Just stay close to this one. You'll learn in no time.
Oh, you. Just want to jump through the screen and give him a hug.
Aye, absolutely fine.
I confess I thought thou mightst have more words of counsel to offer.
Oh, she'll soon get the hang of it, even without my help. After our work here is done, I'll see myself back to the shadows. But before that, I take it you've heard as well.
Indeed. The client seeketh Archons, and 'twould seem our extensive travels and neutrality make us prime candidates.
Hmm? The client?
Well, assuming we take on the request, I suspect I'll be stuck with you again. Don't let me down, hmm?
Okay, is the client thing something I've forgotten, or is it new? To not only allow us to use the tanks, but to arrange their transportation to Garlemald besides. Blessed are we to count Kokol among our allies. Unto thee we must also give thanks, Thancred, for coming to our aid on such short notice. Please, you know I'm always happy to help. Don't hesitate to call on me again. Till next time. You may now enter the Ether front with the party of NPC avatars. With the tank's transportation thus arranged, our first task is complete. We may now turn our attention onto the second. To wit, obtaining the blessing of the Ilsabard contingent to use the Tower of Babel to channel energy onto the moon. Our destination is Camp Broken Glass, where we may present our petition to Commander Lucia. Alright, let's do it! Also, was that the only instance we're doing, or will there be more instances? Excuse me. Lucy Bard. Totally unchain his little cloak. Ah, Lucia. Long time no see, my fair lady. Hello there. Shroud, allow me to personally thank you for your assistance during this recent Void-sent incursion. Your actions saved many. What brings you here today? Pray forgive us for not sending word in advance, Commander, but we seek your cooperation in a matter of great import. Babble, 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 babble. Indeed, we appreciate you consulting with us instead of taking an unilateral action. 'Tis no simple matter to activate the Tower of Babel, and I speak not only for the technological challenges. Personally, I think we must consider the emotional impact of such an action above all else. Pending a more official name, we refer to those who remain here as the Garlean community. As you would expect, they are predominantly native Garleans, most of whom are uncomfortable with ethereal manipulation. To compound matters, the trauma inflicted by anima is still fresh. If the tower were to suddenly light up again, it is like to cause distress and reopen old wounds. Better that than facing a mass invasion by Golbez and his void-sent hordes, surely. Man, that yawn. Ugh. Of course, we acknowledge the gravity of the situation, as well as the promised bloodshed should we fail to act. Yet, even were we to convey your warning to the public, many simply do not understand the workings of magic or the rift. They will struggle to comprehend why they must be forced to relive personal horrors for the sake of something they cannot imagine. What's there to imagine? Haven't these people seen Void-sent with their own eyes? Let us suppose you encounter someone who is freezing in this cold. A natural thing to do might be to make them a fire, yes? But what if the person's sole experience with fire was being badly burned by it, and they harbored an acute fear? Okay, I see the point he's making. He's making a fair point. Like, these people are conditioned and very much fearful of... I have no idea why I'm yawning. I am not tired. But the people of Garlemald are, as they have no ethereal manipulation powers whatsoever, and they've been conditioned around their entire lives to fear it, even if it, by all accounts, it's something they would need to survive in this case, they're still mortally afraid of it and would prefer another method or prefer something else. So I get what he's saying. But at the same time, sometimes you do have to do something against someone's will if it's for the betterment of them. If that's that might be a very poor way to word that. But sometimes for the betterment of someone, you have to put them in an uncomfortable situation. In fact, sometimes it's better to do that so they know how to handle it with more severe versions down the road. In this case, the analogy he's using is very effective. Now, in his analogy, if the person in question would die if you don't make the fire, is it better to go with their preference or what they believe or how they feel about something, or is it better to accept and work with the reality of the situation, and despite the fact that they will fight you and hate you for it, do you put them in that uncomfortable position where they're forced to face something that they fear for their own betterment? In this case, I think the latter is oftentimes the truth. Sometimes you have to put someone in a situation where they will be uncomfortable at first, and they will certainly, in a sense, suffer for what you do, but if it's for the betterment of them later down the road and immediately, sometimes it's the better thing to do. Sometimes. There's a lot of nuance to these kinds of situations. We're looking at a very specific angle of it in this case. But this general argument, or this general thing, when we talk about it, when we talk about facing one's fears, facing one's challenges head on, despite the discomfort, despite the fear, despite the issues with it, is it better to make it through that gauntlet or not? And I think in this particular case, yes. There are some times, though, where you can't... I'd say, generally speaking, if making someone do or face something uncomfortable would objectively do them good, but it's not a case of life-threatening, or it's not a case of if they don't do this, they won't be able to function whatsoever in society or otherwise. If it's not that kind of desperate situation, I do think it is, at the end of the day, up to the person to face their fears, face their challenges, and face what they are uncomfortable facing. So there is nuance to this. This is not a black and white kind of conversation or a black and white thing to discuss. But I do think it is black and white if it is a case of life-threatening situation. And well, it could not just be your life, but the people around you. Like in the military, for example. A lot of people don't want to face the gauntlet of both physical and mental strain that they're putting through boot camp. But it's done to break you down so they can build you back up stronger. So you have faced these things and continue to face them in the future. So, and that training and that stress and that gauntlet of challenges is so when you are faced with the real thing, when you're faced with gunfire, bullets, shrapnel, grenades, when you're faced in that moment with those horrors, you are on some fractional level, because there's no way in training they could fully prepare you for it, but on some fractional level you are conditioned to handle stress and make the right call, make the right choice in the right situation, even if it's desperate. Whereas if you didn't have those challenges and conditioning, you wouldn't be able to do it. So again, it's a nuanced situation based on the context of what the right thing to do is in this particular scenario. In this scenario, back to the game, this is a situation where I think Garlemald is just going to have to nut up or shut up, or both, preferably, and just deal with the fact that we got to turn on the Tower of Babel temporarily so as we can access the Void, deal with an incoming threat before it becomes one, and that way they never have to turn the damn thing on again. They can dismantle it, destroy it, whatever. But better to do a brief issue now than not. Despite the benefits, nay, the necessity of the warmth you offer, they may flee on instinct, or worse, misinterpret your action for aggression and lash out. Yeah, and sometimes you gotta restrain a bitch. Gotta force them to go through it, for their own sake. And in this case, not just Garlemald's sake, but everybody's. So like the fire that torments this individual, the Tower of Babel torments the people of Garlemald. Yet we cannot afford to falter here. We must find a way to help them overcome their fear. Now, typically, you do so just by conditioning them to it. But I don't think they have the time to get the people of Garlemald to slowly get used to the use of ethereal manipulation and magic. I agree. To that end, the contingent will assist however we can. We should speak with Alphino and Alize. With the rapport they have established with the Gallian people, I dare say they can provide us with valuable insights. In the meantime, Urianger, might I ask that you help here to oversee the technical aspects of the tower's activation? Alright. Now to go see the twins. I don't want to decide what's best for anyone. I can't even make the best choices for just me, but I see where you care arguing. What? Where you care arguing. I'm gonna read that as, but you see where I'm coming from. Yeah, well, like I said, it's not simple. There's no simple answer to this kind of scenario, because the thing is, when it comes to having someone faced with something that challenges them, that triggers them, if you will, that causes them distress, ideally, you don't want them to have to do that at all, or ever, if they don't have to. But that's the thing, if they don't have to. And that's why the situation is very broad. It's very dependent on the details of the scenario for the answer. There is not going to be a universal yes or universal no without those details. I had today off. You ever notice how when you tell someone your schedule but they don't listen? That's my family. But generally speaking, when we talk about these kinds of scenarios, when to me, the line is this a situation where if they don't face this fear, if they don't face this stressor, if they don't face this challenge, they could die. Or they could have a very, very, very low quality of life. Then they have to face it. Because in either of those two scenarios, you are, by your inaction and by your abstinence, you are effectively ruining someone's life. Effectively. And again, this is all very dependent on the details. But if by not forcing another person, or even yourself, by the way, this goes for both self-accountability and the accountability of those you can be accountable for. And at the end of the day, most of the time, you can only ever be accountable for yourself. But in the case of, let's say, someone's your child, right? You're accountable for your children. Or if it's like an older parent, like an invalid parent, you might be accountable for them as well. In those kinds of scenarios, they are dependent on you to present them with safety, to present them with situations, with whatever the circumstances are for their own sake. And you have to do that. So it's in those circumstances where, again, if it's a case of they will have a low quality of life or they could die if you don't put them through this temporary stressor, as severe as it might be, I think you're obligated in those circumstances to force them through it. They might even hate you for it. They might even hate you for it for the rest of their lives, depending on the circumstance. Again, this is very broad. But you have nothing to be guilty of if, for doing what you do, they have a better, or at the very least, an average quality of life, or get to live at all. Hope I'm making sense. But in circumstances where it's not life-threatening, but in circumstances where it's merely like a toughen up or not situation, I do think it should be left to the individual. Even if you are dependent on them in a parental state, or if, again, you're a child taking care of an invalid parent or spouse. If it's just simply a scenario of this would potentially be better for them, but they won't be at risk of their life or quality of life if they don't do it, then don't have them do it. Don't force them to. Give them the option always, but if they choose not to, they choose not to. That's kind of the nuance of it, and that's the most I can generally say I'd separate it from myself. For me, if it's entirely dependent on their survival or or having them have an extremely low quality of life if I don't make them do this thing, I will make them do it. I will accept their hatred, their spite, their again, I would accept the consequences of what it could do between myself and them if it's for their sake. Now, obviously, this is a far less personable situation. This is a small group of people trying to make the right decision and right moves for the sake of an entire world, effectively. But this one group is kind of in the way of that. In this case, it'd be the Garlemald people, the Garleans. Unfortunately, James, I don't think Syl's watching these streams. She generally doesn't watch my gaming streams. Well, anywho. Bacon trick. Nope. Went right past him. I'm glad to see you, Shroud. Beecher has explained our present dilemma. 'Tis no unfounded concern that the Garleans might take poorly to the reactivation of the Tower of Babel. That's putting it mildly. Many would be up in arms over it. Trust in the Ilsabad contingent is fragile enough. We need to tread lightly, or we risk jeopardizing everything we've achieved. Trust again. Well, it seems to me there's naught for it but to speak with the people. Rather than harping on about the necessity of the plan, we need to lend an ear to their concerns. Then perhaps we can begin working towards a compromise. In that case, I'll take you to meet the community leaders. They're at a station called Senatus, near the Cenaculum Imperialis. What the fuck? Cenaculus? I would be honored to speak with them, though it would be prudent to learn where people elsewhere stand as well. But that I will leave to the others. Save Zero. Might you accompany me? I'm sure those in Tapper's Den will have their own opinions. Alphino, if I may drag you along? Tertium, we leave to you. You are no longer to the people here. You are no stranger to the people here, so it should take little prodding to convince them to speak freely. Then it is settled. Once you've learned what you can, let's all meet in Forum Solis. There we'll have what I hope is a productive discussion. I have a feeling it won't be. Serious lad, fretting lad. Let's go serious. No, stop it! The tower is evil. It'll turn us all evil. I don't want to hear it. Leave me alone! Okay. Fretting lady. Fie. That tower isn't right, I tell you. All those magics. Years ago, when I lived in the provinces, the locals razed our village to the ground with the stuff. Made things appear and disappear and fly and burn. Can still see it when I close my eyes. You've done us a good turn. A good turn, dear. But let's not talk about the tower any longer. It's unnatural. Damn. Showing his backup dancers. Well, I always have a quartet or two around me. Malleus. Actually, the Tower of Babel. Are you out of your mind? That abomination transformed my friends and family into monsters. I can't even bear to look at whenever I step inside. Whenever I step outside. If you want to do something for us, tear the bloody thing down. I mean, after we do this, we absolutely will. I think, to be fair, we're kind of lucky we didn't already do that. The Tower of Babel? But what's it got to do with the Void Scent? I can't say I understand. Still, your people have done much for more for us, Guardians. If you say it's necessary, then that's good enough for me. Oh wow, for first person out of 4 who actually was like, yeah, that could be valid. Everybody else freaking out. Papaya. Or Papaya. Whatever its present state, the Imperial Palace was once the pride of the Garlemald. Kitty down! Get the catnip! Whatever its present state, the Imperial Palace was once the pride of Garlemald. I mean, no disrespect to you and yours, but shouldn't the Garlean people be its caretakers instead of foreigners? Though if we dared speak thus to some of the contingent, they might make assumptions. Cut our rations, or worse. No. Forget I said anything, please. Oh, damn. Huh? I mean, I am a pervert, but that wasn't my intention. I'll do it later, don't worry. Alright. Alright. Whee! Ah yes, this very depressing park. Zetto? Julius is on his way with the others. I hope you found the people more receptive than we did. Afraid not. Out of the 5, only 1 was really willing or amenable to the situation. Wait, what? Make sure the panties match the dress, cause more than once someone has decided you having purple panties. This is a very weird conversation. Panties and a pink dress is something that must be commented. Wait, so like people have DM'd you? Or PM'd you and been like, hey, nice dress, but kind of weird that the panties are purple. Listen, I'm a pervert, but I don't think I've ever been so like stuck up about it that I've DM'd someone about it. It's like just you clicking away at the keyboard. It's like, by the way, find it weird that the pink dress, though cute, is like really weird that the panties are purple, man. Like, they should really match. Respond back. Do you have a life? That is a rhetorical question. Get one. Fuck. I both love and hate the internet simultaneously. It's kind of amazing. Shroud, may I present to you Lord Gnaeus and Metius, magistrate of our political council. They have been spearheading the efforts to establish a new system of government here. Oh no, that's Julius still. Fuck. When we raised the subject of the Tower of Babel, they insisted that we speak no further until joined by representatives of the Ilsabard contingent. I see Alpha No and Alice have yet to arrive, though, so perhaps we should wait. It doesn't matter if only some of you are present. We simply wish to make one thing perfectly clear. The Tower is the manifestation of Guardian ingenuity and authority. It was once the abode of the Imperial family, and it will forever bear tremendous cultural significance. It is insulting enough that we have had to suffer foreigners occupying it under the guise of rendering aid, and now you propose reactivating it? Nay, we have had enough! The Garlemald of old may have fallen, but she fell in civil war to her own people, not to Eorzea nor any other land. We came here to assert our unequivocal claim to the territory, our territory. Garlemald and all that lies within her bounds is beholden to no one. If it's beholden to no one, it's not beholden to you either. Great. Four times, but you can't. What? Really? 4? Surprised it even happened once. Of all games to do it in, too. Like, this one's got so many scantily clad armors and shit. Hell, there's a bikini outfit in this game. You've also gotten, does your husband know you're dressed like that? What? It's a video game. People are weird. Obviously, they're talking about your in-game husband, but it's just the fact that people would bring if there's ever a scenario where puritanicalness truly makes no sense, because thing is, you can make an argument for like a puritanical mindset, right, in the real world. Like, hey, don't dress to the point where your genitals are hanging out. Or your ass cheek, half your ass cheek is visible in public where children can see, because we don't want to encourage children to dress that way either. You know, there's a level of that I can actually get behind in real life. At the same time, like, if it's in the privacy of their own home, I don't give a shit. But let's say, like, that's like the nuanced conversation in itself. But in a video game, of all things, it's pixels. I don't care if a video game comes out where if someone dresses completely buck naked and you can see the nipples and shit. I don't care. It's a video game. If you're someone who like looks at a video game and is like, oh, that's real. First of all, you're probably too naive to even know how a computer works. Probably like the age of 5. Or you're such an old fart that you really just have lost all like separation between reality and fiction. It's a video game. Nothing we're seeing is real. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be invested in it. A lot of the shit people get invested in isn't real, and people understand that. But like, again, it's not real. Does your husband know you dressed like that? Was this on a roleplay server? At least tell me that. Like if they're just role playing, like the whole like this is real life, I can get it, but. If this is just like a player who's talking to you as another player, playing through their avatar, telling you that shit, fuck off. It's like, bro, if I play a Mikate with nothing but a thong strap and a string around the nipples. That should be no bother to you. The game is rated T for teen. Nothing is being shown overtly. It's just suggestive at worst. And if you're at that age where you haven't already looked up porn yet, you're probably too young to be playing even this game. So to reiterate, fuck off. Save that puritanical energy for, like, the people who run streaking through, like, a neighborhood wearing absolutely nothing. Does the assumption that my husband would control what I am wearing? Yeah, like digital husband or real life husband, like. Yeah, it is just. Like real life, you know, I don't control what my girlfriend wears, but, you know, there's certain things I don't like her to wear, right? I'm not, like, forcing her not to wear it, though. Yeah, but that conversation is for, like, real life stuff, and even then. Controlling is very different for different people. But it's a video game. It's fiction. It's fake. It's not real. The fuck is wrong with people? It's pixels. We're basically all playing our own Ken doll or Barbie doll that we dress up however the fuck we want. That's it. It's fuck. Anyway, moving on. Since Their Excellencies are resolved to negotiate with the contingent, I will escort them to Tertium. I'll also instruct Alphino and Alizé to meet us there. Lord Metius, Lord Neus, by your leave, my comrades and I would speak with the residents of Senatus. Though the Usabard contingent holds the Tower of Babel, it is I who wishes for it to be reactivated, and thus I think it meet that I am present for. I cannot talk today. That I present for this discussion. Yet my understanding of your people's hardships, of their hopes and desires, of their dreams of the future, is surely lacking. In my ignorance, I would struggle to contribute. Lest you worry, I will not plead our case to the community in your absence. I wish only to identify a common ground upon which we might build a relationship that sees us overcome our differences. Very well. But know that the guards will not hesitate to escort you from the premises should they judge your actions to be inappropriate. If it's settled then, you should all head to Senatus. I'll join you there after I see their excellency safely to Tertium. I'll never understand people who get bent out of shape out of, like, video games and stuff like that. Like, if it's, like, a kid's game, right? Like, a literal kid's game with, like, nudity and shit, I can see a problem. But this is T for teen. It's for teenagers, right? And most teenagers have looked up risque material long before they would have gotten interested in MMORPG. So, and even then, there's no, flagrant nudity in this game. So, it's not even that, it's not even bad, not even remotely. So, it's just, people are weird. Again, there's a discussion to be had about, like, IRL. Clothing and material and appearance. But video game stuff, I don't even know why people are investing energy into the frustration. Here it is, Senatus, a temporary refuge for political dignitaries, hence the tight security. I'm given to understand that outsiders are not normally permitted so much as a glimpse inside. We should consider ourselves fortunate to be given this opportunity. I hope it will be worth the trouble. So as do I, Zero. As do I. To begin, I propose we split up and ask the... Jesus, it's much bigger in here than it was on the outside. There's an Isabard contingent, and the current state of affairs. We would also do well to learn more about this enclave itself. Should you observe anything of note, pray keep it in mind. It is through open hearts and open minds that I believe we may yet convince their leaders to work with us for the greater good. Barrel of ceruleum. York has a large cast, is the very same year commentators trespass ruling from Lupus and Manalis. Why they are Sonata and Sonatus is unclear. Wait, what? You want to know what I think? I'm a soldier. I try not to think about politics at all. I'll say this much. Our leaders labor to preserve our culture, our way of life. What remains of it at any rate. I trust them to do what's best for Garlemald. Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't trust my leaders as far as I could throw them. How do I feel about the contingent? Conflicted, to say the least. I've been tasked with the distribution of supplies, and I know as well as any that we couldn't survive without outside aid. But that as it may, even though the Empire has collapsed, we have our pride. People don't want to be beholden to others forever, and there's no denying that it chafes to see our benefactors occupying the Imperial Palace. Now, the Garleans are very fucking ungrateful when you think about it. Like, they're being rendered aid when they were on the brink of complete and utter collapse. Which, when I say on the brink, they were, and they have, by all accounts, completely and utterly collapsed. Their population took a huge hemorrhaging nosedive. The fact that they're turning these old train station subways into basically theaters of literal political operations... That shows how bad they have it, and half the supplies in this room probably wouldn't have even been accessible if it weren't for the Isabard contingents and the support of the Allied Nations. On the Allied Nations, I say. The Eorzean Alliance. Despite all that, they're so uppity and like fucking... Listen, I can respect having a level of pride in your culture and in who you are as a people, but not at the expense of disregarding the aid that you have been given. Like, there's a healthy in-between there. You can still be a proud nation and culture that's trying to preserve itself, but still also show some semblance of humility and respect to those who are helping keep said culture and people alive. The Garleans feel, other than Julius and his people, they feel very flippant with the aid that they've been offered. finished touring the Enclave, have you? What have you been able to learn? Much the same as me, then. They accept the contingent's help out of necessity and harbor a measure of resentment, which is stupid. They have only themselves to blame. If they don't like the bargain, they should reject it. How many times must I tell you it's absolutely out of the question? What? What's going on? We were wondering the very same. We came running when we heard shouting. Is that the matter? Oh, no, I was trying to explain. Mayhap you can clear this up. The contingent has made a reasonable request, but this man insists that it's impossible. It concerns the magitech weapons which run rampant through Regio fucking words. Urbanissima. Every time we deliver supplies here, we have to dispatch extra men to defend against potential attacks. To address the issue once and for all, we propose the elimination of all machina that loiter near the supply route. But you heard him. They refuse to even consider it. The magistrates have already spoken on this matter. Rampant or no, those war machina are Garlean assets. Furthermore, who is to say they are as dangerous as you attest? It has been suggested that this could be a pretense to scavenge magitech material for your own ends. I know not if that is the case, but the fact remains we cannot allow you to destroy them. More speculation by the magistrates, I presume? Ridiculous. But they have spoken, and unless we want to inflame tensions further, there's not we can do. I'd say stop bringing supplies, personally. How complicated relations become when not grounded in a clear and equitable arrangement. An equitable arrangement, of course! What a crazy idea. Well, do I understand the difficulty of your position? As a soldier, you must do your duty to obey and obey your superiors. I have an idea, but I must first speak with Commander Lucia. May I take charge of this matter? But by all means. Let's return to Camp Broken Glass, where we might discuss a solution I believe will satisfy all parties. Yeah, Garleans are frustratingly annoying. Passage to Garley mode. Wow! And that's my mindset. If you don't want to make the route safe, then I'm not risking my men to bring you supplies. Either come and get them yourself, or clear the route and we'll bring them to you. Those are your choices. Welcome back. Welcome back, all of you. I pray there have been positive developments in your efforts to appeal to the Garlean community. Mayhap not yet, but there is a method by which I believe all stand to gain. As satrap, I intend to propose a trade agreement between Radzat Han and the people of Garlemald. Please continue. The people of this nation have lived through its collapse and more, yet they have chosen to remain, for it is their home. They have been able to survive thus far thanks to the Ilsabard contingent, or rather, in less flattering terms, they are entirely at your mercy. Despite your noble intentions, this one-sided relationship has fueled feelings of frustration and resentment. 'Tis no surprise, then, that some Garleans are loath to engage with foreigners, for fear of indebting themselves further, or surrendering more of their already limited autonomy. This is why I wish to present them with an equitable arrangement. One that would restore them to a sense of agency after having been forced to rely upon charity. Easier said than done. What exactly did you have in mind? Long have Garlemald and Radzat Han abided by a treaty of non-interference. Freely have we traded with one another, and I wish but to continue in this tradition. We would provide your people with such supplies as you require, in return for which you would grant us leave to use the Tower of Babel, as well as share your Magitech resources and expertise. As we become more reliant upon your technologies, we will of course require more ceruleum to fuel them. This you possess in abundance, and for it you will be duly compensated. Radzat Han's culture will be enriched by your Magitech wonders, and our ever-increasing demand for your wares will see Garlemald grow wealthy and prosperous. Only when both sides keep the interest of the other in mind can an equitable relationship be forged. 'Tis a principle I once thought I understood, but have come to appreciate all the more in recent days. Thanks to the sage counsel of a friend from beyond the rift. See, she's not just learning about our ways, but we're learning about hers. Your Excellency, thank you for your careful consideration of Garlemald's future. Though I cannot speak for every Garlean, I myself see no reason to object to your proposal. Indeed, if Radzat Han were to take the initiative, other nations may follow suit and seek to normalize trade relations with us. If you see the sense of my proposal, then I ask you to join me in the negotiations at Tertium. Your support may be instrumental in winning over Lord Neas and Metius. By all means, go with them. I have matters here well in hand. I have learned all that I may... Oh, sorry, Andre. I have learned all that I may regarding the tower's operation. So I too shall hie me to Tertium. Righto. Crap, I could have just poured it over there. I'm already halfway. Is there another instance in the MSQ content? Or did we do the only one that they've added? This is a trial. Okay. Ooh, I hope it's fighting the big dude. The armored knight dude. Cool to kick his ass. Then again, we still have more patch content to do, so if we defeat his ass now, who or what are we gonna fight next? I guess the rest would or could be just set up for the next expansion. A crowd you may have brought, but numbers will not intimidate us. The Tower of Babel is ours by right, and nothing you do will convince us otherwise. Rest assured, it is not our intent to infringe upon the rights of the people of Garlemald. Let us instead discuss the future. As the satrap of Radzatan, I wish to establish a new trade agreement between our nations. Right. The aid we presently receive will not last forever, my lords. Sooner or later we must stand on our own 2 feet. But to do so, we must secure a means to replenish our coffers, and the proposed agreement presents a rare opportunity. Tis true, we do want for Magitech and Ceruleum, and foreign currency will be needed to procure such things as we lack. It would depend on the precise terms, but I could see the merits. What? I can't believe what I'm hearing. You serve the Emperor, were a proud patriot, yet now you entertain selling national resources like a common merchant? Like you, I weep for what we have lost. But if we are to rebuild Garlemald, we must make use of what precious few assets remain to us. Nonsense! Utter nonsense! You are a traitor, Ignaeus. And there will be... Wait, I've been mistaken. I thought he was fuck it. Will be a reckoning. Oh yes. When the people of Senatus learn of this, they will cry out for your blood. Wow, what a dick. Lord Messius, wait! It isn't safe out there! Oh, please tell me he gets jumped. Alright, Ulysses. It's far too dangerous for a civilian to be outside alone. We must go after Lord Metius. Let us leave matters here in Maximus' care while the rest of us join in the search. If Lord Metius is bound for Senatus, we may be able to catch up to him in Regio Urbanissima. I pray he has not come to any harm. Oh. You're lucky you saved your life, you old fart. I'm alive?
Praise the sisters, you are safe.
Alright, now we get to hear what this guy sounds like.
Don't think I'm indebted to you. I never asked for your help.
What a dick.
You love Garlemald dearly, Lord Messias. That much is plain. But you're not alone in that. We all mourn what has become of our homeland. Bristle at having to rely upon outsiders simply to survive the cold. Even now, I struggle with fear and uncertainty. Day after day, I ask myself, what is right? Where do we go from here? I've yet to find the answers. But I won't stop looking nonetheless. And I won't avert my gaze from our grim reality.
Is there hope for us?
Yes, if you'd stop being a dick. Oh yeah. Oh.
Aye. So long as we live. Garlemald lies in ruins, but the bonds between us will never be broken. We are the chain that connects generations past and future. You and I, it's links. Help us, Lord Metius, for all we have been
good line.
and for what we may yet become. Please.
To be lectured by the younger, it ill becomes a man of my station.
Sometimes fresh perspective can help you look past your predisposed one.
I will rejoin the talks at Tertium. Might I trouble you to escort me?
That was too easy. I'm not saying that they plan on doing like a turnaround. It's just...
Ere we part, I apologize for my discourtesy. I owe you my life, and I thank you.
Just stop being a dick. That's all I ask.
Ulyss, wait. I'd like a word.
I still ship these two.
With you as well. I'm to stay close, after all.
Worry not, we shall see the magistrates safely back to Tertium.
What is it?
You bound that man with trust, didn't you? That's why he did not require coercion to return.
Shall we walk, perhaps? Chilly, standing around here. So that's how Zero came to join you. Still, I'm not sure I'm qualified to explain something like trust. I wouldn't describe myself as a sociable person. Before all this, any free time I had, I spent looking after my brother and sister. As for the magistrate, I only told him what's been on my mind of late. But I wouldn't have done so, I think, if it weren't for the twins' influence. Trust is infectious, in a manner of speaking. When someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them, in others, in yourself. Perhaps it's because the magistrate felt that earnestness that he gave us a chance. As I did, after I was caught trying to steal provisions from the enemy. Trust comes easy in such company.
I will say this. It's kind of interesting that Euless said that he's not sure if he's the right person to tell Zero about the concept of trust because he wasn't so sociable. But if anything, that adds credibility to, in my opinion, to his perspective being the one that should offer the perspective to Zero, because it's the most sociable and most trusting person doesn't necessarily value or understand the severity or intensity that trust holds, because they offer it so willingly and freely to those around them. I find that people who are less trusting, less open, less sociable are the ones that probably have the greater understanding of that concept and of its application than someone who's just got 1,000,001 friends, right? So I find it curious that Euless has that kind of point of view, when I think, if anything, it adds credibility to him.
Little wonder my world is devoid of it. No one trusts in you, and so you trust in no one. And round the wheel turns. During the Contra Memoria, we had already come to judge one another based on strength and usefulness. You either used or were used. Those who rejected this rule didn't survive. My mother wanted to save the world, to fulfill the hopes of Memoria's good and true. After she died, I carried on her mission alone.
Alone? Didn't you have anyone to help you?
Almost. 2 men tried just the once. A swordsman and a mage, whom I met when passing through a village. They had saved the people there from corrupted Memoriates.
I have a feeling that one of them's Golbez, given that profile, or that half a profile. Got the cape, got the armor. But this one's got the longsword like a Dark Knight, so wait, is he the warrior and Golbez is a mage? Or maybe that's a weird looking staff, just from the angle we have.
When they learned our enemies were the same, they seemed heartened. They claimed to be soldiers of a kingdom called Baron, and were traveling the realm in search for means to end the Contra Memoria. They invited me to join them. I refused. How could I not, having learned the lessons of my world? Those who would work with others always have their own motives. I would not place myself at their mercy. I would not be forced to submit. I expected some manner of outburst, some show of frustration at having failed to deceive me. But they simply watched me walk away. I didn't know what to make of it then, but now... Perhaps they shared a bond of trust. Perhaps they were the last ones left who dared. Perhaps they hoped I was like them, too. Perhaps it was just an offer, and nothing more. I continued fighting alone. But ultimately, I was undone. Overwhelmed by enemies that had banded together. I was cold, in pain, wishing desperately that someone would save me. And as I lay there in solitude, I felt it happen. The breaking of our world. Darkness washed over me, and I was swept into the rift. When I finally managed to return, it was to a world forever transformed. My home, now filled with abominations. I had a chance to learn about trust, and forsook it. I never had the power to save my home single-handed. I should have accepted their invitation. Had I joined them as I've joined you, I might not have had to face the end of the world alone. But it's all history now. No amount of reflection or regret will change our present reality.
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero. Alive. So long as you're alive, there will always be hope, no matter how bad things get. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today.
Good pep talk, Euless.
Think about it. It's plain that you've forged bonds with those around you. If you didn't feel that in some sense, would you have risked your life as you did for a meager ration of boots? I trust you too, for what it's worth.
Here it is again. The fire that burned in my breast when you came to my rescue. The urge to weep, though there is no sorrow.
It's called happiness.
If this is trust, then what must I do? How do I answer it?
However you like, with a handshake, perhaps. With a handshake, perhaps. Because I'm feeling cheeky.
Give me your hand. It's not something you do constantly, mind. A friend is a friend regardless.
A friend. So that's what it means. Someone you trust.
There's other layers to it, but yes, that is the most important layer. Yes. Trust. That's the core of a friendship, is trust. Everything else around it is built on top of that core. Of all people, we could be thinking about why. Thank you. I feel at last as though I found the answers I sought. If she dies, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. I just realized that they might be setting that. Fuck you. Fuck you, Square Enix. That's the case. If you hit me with all this build-up, all this care, and, like, nurturing Zero into our world and into, like, getting to know people and shit, I swear to God, if she does, like, some self-sacrificial bullshit and saves us and dies because of it, I am gonna be so upset. I'm really horrified. I just considered that. I'm mad. And it hasn't even happened. I'm mad. Don't do it. Fuck you. I owe it to all of you and Newless. I'm seeing a death flag. I'm sorry. I'm just really hoping it's a false one. All this investment better not hurt me in the heart. Right, then. I expect the others have already arrived back at Tertium. We should join them. I better be wrong. I better be wrong. For glad am I to see everyone returned, and none the worse for wear. Various representatives of the Gallian community are gathered here this very moment. I dare say this is a fine opportunity to announce the trade agreement. You've read the memorandum, I trust. You find the terms acceptable? I do. Ananias, I pray you forgive my disgraceful conduct earlier. I am ashamed, not only of my behavior, but of placing the burden of negotiation solely on your shoulders in my absence. I like seeing the twins, I'm sorry. It's just... so many expansions worth of, like, setup with them. You should know that when we brought up the subject of the tower's reactivation to the people at Tapper's Den, some reacted quite strongly. Once we explained that it would be to prevent another Voidsent invasion, however, they were more receptive. It's fair to say the recent episode is still fresh in their minds. I tagged along to deliver a supply of cerulean. I have to say, I didn't expect to see such a large crowd. Even the stuffy Imperials, who normally keep to themselves in Senatus, are here. Ahem. My friends and countrymen, lend me your ears. I am pleased to inform you all on this joyous occasion that we, the people of Garlemald, have entered into a trade agreement with Radzat Han. To inaugurate our accord, we intend to grant the individuals before you access to the Tower of Babel. In return, Radzat Han will provide us with supplies, which shall be equally distributed amongst the settlements of our nation. Let me be clear on one point. This is not an act of charity, but trade. A bargain struck between equals, rooted in trust and respect. And it marks a significant step towards rebuilding our nation and regaining the true independence. Radzat Han holds Gallian technology and ingenuity in the highest esteem. It is my hope that, though this agreement Though, through this agreement, our peoples will enjoy a mutually beneficial relationship for years to come. Now then, we bid you gather round, to hear the particulars, that you might convey them to those elsewhere. So burdened by hardship and trauma were the people of Garlemald that they were unable to imagine a brighter future. To be recognized as equals, as a nation with something of value to offer to others, that validation alone is enough to rekindle their hope. 'Tis by virtue of this partnership that we may access the Tower of Babel, a rather timely development given the Aetheric tank's impending arrival. Once the tower's stores have been replenished, we need but await Ishtola's signal to channel the energy into the moon. Yes? Then you can leave that and anything else on this end to me and Alphino. No need to worry. Devote all your energies to the mission in the void. As ever, I am in your debt. You are good friends. I'm so happy for Zero. She's grown so much. Please don't wound me, game. Please don't wound me.
Let us take a moment to review matters as they stand. Having procured sufficient stores of ether, we may now channel the requisite energy unto the moon via the Tower of Babel. Our work on the star is complete. However, we have yet to receive word from Ishtola as to the state of the lunar preparations.
A ritual to open the gate, and measures to forestall a void-sent invasion. Neither task is simple nor quickly completed. She would doubtless benefit from our assistance.
The very thing I was about to propose. Let us join her above and lend what aid we may.
Alright. Let's do this.
Ere we set forth, however, Ishtola did bid me relay a message to thee. As thou art well aware, a key objective of our mission is the extraction of thy sister Ashdaya from the Void. Held captive for millennia and divested of an eye, she is like to be severely weakened. To make good her escape, she shall require aid. Aid that is best provided by a fellow Great Worm.
You would have me go in my true form?
Probably would be wise.
Very well. Like our sire, we Great Worms are capable of traversing the great expanse. The journey will take some time, but I shall take myself to the moon.
Wise.
To begin with, I shall return this vessel to Radzadhan, that I may have both my eyes.
Also very wise.
And until such time as we find Ashdaya, I would entrust her eye to your keeping.
I mean, we are the main characters, that makes sense. If he gave it to any other secondary character, I'd be like, ah, shit. They're gonna get mugged.
Will you do this for me?
One thing I've wondered, because I see it a lot in Naruto and now a lot in this. But what is it with like Japanese like writing and the fact that eyes are basically like light bulbs? You just screw them back in, and you can take them out, screw them back in, take them out. Screw them back. What is it with that? Like, is there like a reason like in Japanese writing that happens so much? Like this belief that the eyeball is just, you know. It's not a light bulb, you don't just screw it back in. It gets pulled out, it ain't going back.
Understood. We'll be ready.
The fact that they carry around an eyeball like it's fucking basketball.
Take care, Zero.
It's true, they're not plug and play, but for some reason, in both this and Naruto, and a couple other anime I've seen, it's just plop, pleep, plop, pleep. It's like, it's not how it works.
In mare elementorum, then. Go well.
Alright. To the Sea of Stars. Findir. I don't know why I even got on there right there.
I took the liberty of informing Ishtola of our arrival. She and her entourage should be here momentarily.
Forgive me. I'd hoped to have everything in order sooner. My thanks for the extra hands.
Alphino and Alice stand ready at the Tower of Babel. Vritra is also en route.
Excellent. You've done well, all of you. For my part, I've managed to prepare the ritual with help from the Watcher. All that remains is to channel the ether from below. This should, I pray, open a gate leading to the moon of the 13th.
Hey, Zero.
May I just say how excited we are to be a part of this grand undertaking. The development of the artificial atomos was one thing, but this is an opportunity like no other. Ishtola even managed to get a loan of elegant treatises on voice and summoning from the prized collection of the Sons of Saint Koinak. The Empire's application of etherochemistry in regulating void gates provided us with many a useful insight for our work, let me tell you.
I asked a favor of Grahatir when we were comparing notes on cross-rift travel. Given his credentials, I was confident he wouldn't be denied.
I mean, credentials are pretty long in this case. Wraps around the earth twice.
Has brought us far, as has our own. And with our knowledge and resources, we shall construct a void-sent containment seal on a heretofore unseen scale.
Containment seal? Then thou wouldst make use of
Aye, a tried and tested means of holding dark entities at bay is readily available here. 'Twould be remiss of us not to employ it. We shall reforge the brands that Xenos and Fandaniel destroyed. That which held even Zodiac shall more than suffice for Voidsent of any persuasion.
The Watcher is already hard at work, tending to the most critical parts of the brand's restoration. There are, however, a number of concerning factors that remain. With your help, I'm sure we can resolve them.
Time is of the essence, so I suggest we continue this discussion as we make our way to the brands.
So we're rebuilding these very seals. So just learning the new raid? I haven't gotten to the new raids yet. No spoilers. Now then, to the matter at hand. With the Watcher's assistance, we shall reforge each of Zodiac's brands and use them to erect a barrier capable of repelling Voidsent. Yet, though we expect it to be effective against larger beings on account of its original purpose, there is a chance it will allow lesser Voidsent to slip through. Therefore, we shall require a second line of defense, and I believe the Loporrit's supporters would be suitable for this purpose. Oriange, Shroud, the two of you have a strong rapport with our lunar allies. I would have you meet with Livingway and Bestway's Burrow and provide an assistance they require. I will join you as a Voidsent my knowledge may be of use. An excellent idea. In the meantime, the rest of us will see reforging the brands. I will send word when we have finished. Pray do the same. Alright. There you are. There you are. Ishola has apprised me of your present undertaking. I understand that she wishes to deploy our pride and joy, the veritable carrots of our eye, our unrivaled combat supporters, as a precautionary measure in case this Voidsent containment seal of hers proves lacking. As we speak, my fellows are rounding up what units they can, and will bring them to the northeast corner in short order. Please wait there. Alright. I'll be right back. I gotta run to the bathroom. Sorry. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, destination.
Dreadfully sorry to have kept you all waiting.
Hello, living way.
Hello there, friends. A new person. Heard there was a bit of a rush, so we gathered what combat-ready supporters we had available.
A welcome contribution. Thine initiative never ceaseth to amaze.
Oh, stop! You're making me blush! Though we have fulfilled the purpose given to us by Heidelin, aiding the people of Aetheris remains our greatest joy. So you can count on us, ever and always.
I'll still never forget how we were introduced to the Loporrits. It's just immediately after defeating Zodiark, when everything we thought was going to happen in the Endwalker expansion was kind of like ripped up in front of us, and and the FF14 team were like, "Fuck you! We have an entirely different thing planned. Good luck having predicted any of it." Like, we just defeated Zodiark, then we were like shifted towards their way. We find out the moon is a fucking space station. The Loporrits come out like fucking clones or like droids from Star Wars, just out of pods in large swaths, and I'm like, huh? Endwalker was a weird expansion, as well as an emotionally taxing expansion.
Right. So, we originally deployed these supporters to patrol the moon and keep it safe. They've never tussled with Voidsent before, but with sufficient data, they ought to hold their own against the ghastly fiends. Practical, tactical data acquired in the moment, and who better to give the supporters an educational thrashing than the champion of Aetheris?
Of course.
I believe I would make a better instructor.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Zero.
Not only have I fought Voidsent, I am one.
Well, that's not good.
Well, don't just stand there. Engage! 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 Engage!
That'll do, that'll do! A defeat's bitterer than the bitterest carrot. Using this experience, we must enhance the supporters and turn them into Voidsent slaughterbots! Indeed. Right after we've managed to put the poor dears back together.
Pray forgive our comrades' enthusiasm. May I inquire as to how long the repairs will take?
On an ordinary day, I'd say no less than 5 carrots briskly consumed.
They measure time in Garrett's consumed. Okay.
But if you were to provide us with encouragement...
Like cocaine?
we just might be able to do it in 2.
Or like old school positive reinforcement. That is sound effects.
This I leave to you.
Good idea. What's with the... It kind of reminds me. The upward size trick with... Okay, so I gotta... Yeah, emote shit. Okay, fine. What? Engage! Engage! Yeah. I am gonna skip the dialogue in this one because it's more or less just gonna be them appreciating me for like support, giving them the yeah. No need to drag it on with this. Alright, boom. My, everyone is in high spirits indeed. Thanks to your encouragement, we have the supporters up and running again in no time at all. Pray attend to your remaining busy work and to the deployment of our new and improved Void Send Slaughter bots to us. Aye.
Can you hear me? We've just finished restoring the brands.
Oh. That was fast.
Let us reconvene once you've finished tending to matters there. The culmination of our efforts is nigh.
Ooh, that means the climax is coming. At least of this patch. Whew. The brands are ready, I presume? Excellent. With the Lockports having deployed their supporters, we are ready to proceed. Let us rejoin Ishtola post haste and prise open our gate onto the void. Tally ho! Okie dokie. Boom! My thanks to seeing to the supporters. With this, all is in readiness for the ritual. First, I shall give the order to Alphino and Alize in the Tower of Babel to channel ether to the moon. Once we have amassed a sufficient amount of energy, Urianger and I shall begin our incantation to open a void gate. If all goes well, a tear will form in the fabric of reality, at which point you must activate the brands and put in place the containment seal. That is all. If there are no questions, then let us begin.
Apologies for the wait. The preparations here are finally complete.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Oh,
the Tower 2 is activated.
I'm hype and nervous.
Give the word and we will begin channeling the ether.
Very well then. Make it so.
The moment of truth.
here we go.
By the sisters!
Oriange, commence your invocations. 'Tis time to open our gate.
This is very cinematic.
A tear is beginning to form. Quickly, activate the brands.
Yes, ma'am.
Success. The gate is open, and the seal appears to be in place.
Let's see how well it holds.
What an enormous gate! Lord Golbez will be eager to hear of this.
Okay, we're gonna kill him before he has a chance to warn Golbez.
So this is the promised land. The land of boundless ether.
Or not.
I dare say the seal doth serve its purpose.
Vitra doth arrive.
I see all proceedeth apace. Remarkable.
Indeed. Just this moment, a void scent emerged from the gate, by which we may safely assume it leads to the 13th.
It's incredible, Ishtola. Truly incredible. Oh, what an honor it is to have been part of this historic achievement.
A part is an understatement. None of this would have been possible without you and yours. Our success has also served to solidify our understanding of cross-rift travel. The Ascians rejoined reflections to the source by instigating elemental imbalances. These imbalances weakened the barrier between realities, causing the ether of a reflection to flood the source. But why is it that reflections are predisposed to rejoin the source? Why have they never merged with one another?
Thou art suggesting there is a unique property inherent to the source, one responsible for such an outcome.
I am. 'Tis my conclusion that, as the point of origin for the reflections, the source has an innate, pull over them. Hydaelyn, I believe, sought to suppress that pull, which is why she was created with the power of light, of stasis. Meanwhile, the power of darkness, of activity, reigns in the void. Hydaelyn's influence would naturally be weaker, and this manifested in the form of planar fissures.
I don't think you missed anything yet, Jenny. Well, we missed quite a bit of information drop.
Working with this hypothesis, I set my sights upon where the pull was assessed to be strongest. And through our combined efforts, we succeeded in opening a gate to the void. Now, I must stress, it was because we sought the void that we succeeded. Pleased though I am to have my theory proven, the secrets of travel to other reflections still elude us.
My nose.
Even so, in the reality that lies beyond the 8th umbral calamity, there are those who found a way to reach the first. I will not rest until I do the same.
One step closer to fulfilling your dream, eh?
Just a step. Many more remain to be taken. Which further motivates me to forestall a void-sent invasion. So come, let us set forth, to find Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's plot.
Other than the basic motivation to forestall. Boy.
Climb upon my back. I shall take us to the gate.
As we did discuss prior, I shall see the alchemists safely home, then together with the Loporrits maintain vigil over the gate.
May the sisters watch over and keep you safe.
Alright, let's go kick Golbez's ass. Let's stab the shit out of him. Slice him up.
Into the void once more.
Oh god, this is epic. I'm hype. This is reminiscent.
This is the moon of the 13th.
Looks like Mars. Yeah, looks like Mars. It's very red. But structurally, it looks identical to the moon of the source.
It is. Ever since the flood, it has been a sanguinary orb in the sky.
No void scent. A rather more subdued reception than I had anticipated.
But unsurprising, given how jealously Golbez conceals the location of his domain. Still, we must remain on guard. One of his minions came through the gate, after all, and more may lie in wait.
I do not sense my sister. Where could she be? Where?
Steady, Vritra. We've barely arrived. Let us explore our surrounds before drawing conclusions.
Yes, thou art right. I shall survey the moon from above. The ground I leave to you all.
Nope, can't fly. Can't even mount. It's great. Surface of the moon is a grim shade of crimson. Oh, I hadn't noticed. I'm sorry. Consequence of the flood of darkness, perhaps. Perhaps. One could assume. No matter how you strain your eyes, you spy no signs of life. In all directions extends a desolate waste without end. Like hell. You hold your breath in an attempt to catch the faintest noise. Save for the sounds of your comrades, there is nothing. So far, you have failed to find any clues as to Ajdaya's whereabouts. Perhaps Zero has noticed something you missed. Perhaps. Yeah, she knows something we missed. There's a whole temple shit down there. God damn. Hey, look, it's that platform from all the cinematics we saw previously, where he was like interviewing with Rubicante and all his other accomplices of like the different elements. There's even that throne he was sitting on. We thought all of that was suspended in like a cloud and shit. No, no, no. It was on the moon. Right there in the hole.
The chasm has caught your attention as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's some manner of structure below. Worth a look, wouldn't you say?
I would definitely say so, yes.
I too sense something here. This pit much resembles the Cradle of Darkness on our moon, where Zodiac was once imprisoned. If this place serves the same function, then a fragment of his power must have been sealed in the depths. Strange, though. When Zodiac perished in the Source, I presumed that every aspect of him was thus unmade, and his power scattered. But it's unmistakable. The darkness that permeates this abyss. Could a trace of him yet remain? Or is it something else?
I hear thee, sister. I hear thee.
Uh-oh. It's a trap! No! Okay, good. He's starting to talk to us first.
Astaya is here, within this chasm.
We all did a superhero landing. Whoopee. Oh shit. Oh fuck.
Drown King. Kom na in Ötaan.
You were entrusted with Ajdaya's eye, were you not? Ku-an. O Wakhom Öte.
Li Tao An. An King sees. Dies Ishom in Fesk. Wan ik hes in an. Ka an. Fesk wes an ul in.
Seth es lis na fesk on. Ner no vel ak stra idran. Esk es inesh ingol ak. So this is indeed Golbez's domain. Kis arn in.
Es fil ud in. Ein an in.
Sis? Ask dear Amtar.
Yes, much has changed since you were last in our world. Oh, so much.
For war, Maradarn, Ian An. Les el kol an, zdis sorn I rum, snar tiamat an, kai ros an, ke ul ke darn morn, dis an, kai an, na stra an.
Nar tal king in eyes. Athan Endran Esk Taian. I'll call his
guys, we really need to hurry this up. Can we have this conversation when we're not in the middle of, you know, enemy territory? Let's just try and break these chains. I know she just said it can't be broken at the very will of Golbez, but I mean, can we keep trying at least while talking?
Ta hes an elgon osk in. Ses kidir in an, kasta an. Sta in es katao tai an.
Oh, it was a deal.
Es an stra in sorn.
What now, then? Does this great worm intend to remain a captive meal for all eternity, not daring to test her chains?
Ern el, mishead in ood.
That's Nidhogg. Oh,
Kis targo, asrer dis tar, sma ost in sis an.
Now there's a start. So, what can you tell us?
Asis tar nokol in. Do es inesh igol sorn, ka som mo go. Skom les sau an, som du orta sis.
Well, you heard her. Shall we look into this spot near and dear to our enemy's heart?
sounds like a good idea to me. I take it we're taking Vitra as our taxi. Whee! Oh god. So someone me's so nervous that the proverbial ball is about to drop. The others have already begun searching for clues. Let us do the same. I'll take charge of this area if you could see to the south. Sure thing. Let's rush this out there. Hello. Point of interest. A glint from beneath the rock catches your eye. Okay.
Did you find something?
I believe I did.
A memoria. But whose?
Golbez's? Perhaps that companion we saw in the past? Nope, Golbez's.
You have lied, pillaged, and murdered. Have you anything to say in your defense?
What a voice, goddamn.
No. Every one of them got what they deserved. Trusting fools. Like you would-be heroes. Aye. You do well to keep a close eye on each other. It always ends the same way. A knife in the back. And better to have the handle towards your hand. You'll see! Oh, yes. You will.
And the world was really fucked up before they all turned into monsters. Well, literal ones anyway.
I can't bring myself to pray for the unrepentant. You're a nobler man than I.
I think it's Durante, or Durant, I think that's his name. Sounds more like Golbez than Golbez. That doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't sound more like Golbez than Golbez, but it sounds like Golbez, is what I meant to say. So is this a case of we're looking at the view of Golbez, the real one, and then he died, and then Durante took his armor, or? Come now, we are all shaped by these dark times more than we would care to admit. I choose to believe that, had these men known peace and plenty, they would not have been consumed by mistrust and avarice.
Victims of the Contra Memoria, then. Like so many others. But we will end it.
Thank you. I shudder to imagine what might have happened if you hadn't dealt with the Dark Ones. Oh, her? She's like you, I hear. Hunts Memoriats taken by darkness.
Well, well. A kindred spirit. Perhaps we will finally have a new comrade.
This goes in line with Zero's flashback.
No. I've no interest in working with others. Much less someone who looks as suspicious as you. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Even when we share the same goal, we can't overcome the mistrust. Such is the way of things, the wisdom of our era.
As much as we already kind of live in a world with a shit ton of mistrust, certainly more than there is trust in the world. Yeah, this is like the extreme of it, right? Like to the point where quite literally the best case scenario is 2 people can trust each other. That's it. Like everybody else otherwise is pretty much in a constant state of distrust of every single person you don't know intrinsically. That only a precious few memoriates remain who cling to the light. With that, we could have won her over.
We'll make do, old friend. We have accomplished much already, and another person may well have been more of a hindrance than help. Now then, our work here is finished. His Majesty has summoned us, so let us not delay. To Baron.
Had another vision of the past, did you?
Yep.
What? I was in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's them. The pair I met in that village. Which means the one sealed in this memoria is...
So, you have come. You, who would oppose our crusade.
Yeah, because that's the voice of the guy who was talking to the guy we were seeing the vision of. But the guy we were seeing the visions from perspective was clearly wearing heavy armor that sounded exactly like Golbez's and Xenos. So is this a case of Durante's companion, let's say that person's name was Golbez, died or was betrayed or something happened and he took his armor?
Tranquilo.
Yeah, okay, so it was...
You. I know you.
Is that so? From the world before, I dare say. 'Tis impressive enough that you have managed to retain your mortal form, but to remember your past besides. But that is of no moment. You are the memoriate who vanquished my minions, correct?
And what if I am?
Then I would bid you join me.
The Darth Vader moment.
As a child of our world and slave to the wheel, fight with me for the salvation of all our souls.
Fight with you? More like fight as your pawn. It isn't me you want, but my power. And if I don't obey, you'll bind me like you bound that dragon. But no more. I refuse to be bound ever again. I fight only for myself, and for those in whom I trust. My friends.
I see. A pity. It is for the dragon that you have come, yes?
If we say no, will you let her go?
When first you appeared, I thought simply to remove a threat to our plan. Never did I imagine that you would reach this place and gift me a golden opportunity.
Oh boy. Speak plainly, jailer.
Long as it has been imprisoned, this dragon has grown feeble and weak, its spirit extinguished. Your coming has served to rekindle her forgotten hope. Her yearning to be free, to return home. That is the key to our deliverance.
What the?
The darkness is ravaging her. She's becoming a void scent.
Ah, fuck.
Rise, O shadow dragon, and obey!
Wait, she gets smaller? Or is he just super big?
Kill him.
Oh crap, our whole reason for coming is it's looking like we might have to kill her.
Damn you!
Keep our guests occupied.
Crap.
Save her. I beg thee. Save my sister.
Fuck. Crap, he's big. Okay, never mind. He's just huge.
Before darkness swallowed the world, I fought tirelessly in a war without end. The experience taught me to discern the strong, that dragon, and you.
This is the most cinematic lead up to a trial I've ever seen. Even in, like in the other ones in Endwalker, like this is See, we're literally watching the arena get built here. What the fuck? Ah! Great.
Come, face me.
Gladly. I'm gonna kick your fucking ass. Rest assured, I need no invitation. I'll deal with you, and then I'll free Eshdaya. I'll just say, rest assured, I need no invitation. The edges are death. Yeah, I figured. Alright. Time to use our Ascian heritage to summon allies.
Accursed light.
I suppose not Ascian, but Amoratine heritage.
You, who have ever basked in its warmth, could never understand our envy, our agony. You will not deny us our release.
Bitch, you don't know what I've been through. Let's go. Alright, so suppose I should invite some more people. I'm assuming that's everybody in the group. I suppose I will slightly lower the game volume. And I am in VC for everyone who wants to join there. Hi, Jenny.
Hello. You need to invite Zevina.
I did.
The name you find on the list.
Heyo!
Hello.
Hello.
But yeah, my entire group decided to test the theory that the edge was death all at once.
And jumped off?
Oh, lovely.
It was spectacular. 7 people just ran for the edge and jumped off all at once.
You know, it amazes me how often people will inquire to themselves, I wonder if that cliff is actually a cliff.
I mean, it's good to know.
It is good to know, especially if mechanics push you towards it.
Oh, yes.
There are no knockback mechanics in this fight, none at all.
If it's a edge where you can easily get kicked off, I'd be shocked if that were actually true. Okay.
There's at least one knockback mechanic in this.
So we only need one person from a queue.
Yeah.
Actually, that can take longer than you think, because people usually at least pair up to do things like this.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah, well then again, the only thing we're missing is a singular DPS. We've got both tanks and heals filled up.
Probably won't take long then. DPS tend to be lonely creatures.
As a former DPS, I can definitely attest to that.
Yeah, DPS queues are, yeah.
I don't think I'm lonely.
No, you have an entire backup dancing quartet anytime you show up.
Then again, I'm a DPS that moonlights as a tank, so...
You also have friends who are willing to wait for you to finish the story to continue on with your trials with you.
Yes.
And I will be here tomorrow when you do Abyssos.
I
or Pandemonium.
Possibly won't be doing that tomorrow. I work tomorrow.
Well, you know what I mean. When you do Pandemonium, I'll probably be here to help.
Yes.
I'll do my best to be present as well. I really want to be here for that. Those fights are fun. Anywho, first things first.
I think my favorite one is the third one.
Same.
Yeah, third one's the best.
Fourth one's not bad, but the third one is probably my favorite.
Jenny, I need to know if you suffered like I have. I spent about 3 mil on all my materia, getting it all materia'd up.
I made maybe 3 mil by just dumping my materia onto the market. I had over 200 Might 9s.
Yep. I got every single piece of my gear pentamilted.
I have everything but my shoes, I think. Well, no, my shoes are done too. It's one of my rings, I think.
Yeah, I've not given that an attempt yet. Maybe at some point tonight or whatever, I don't know. But first things first.
First we have to kill Mr. Giant Stompy.
Yes, we do.
Who also, just so happens, and you will not unsee this once I point this out, it is a Thornton reskin.
Yep.
I noticed that the instant I saw it.
Yeah, same.
Also, his weapon is the Dark Knight weapon from the EX.
And he has a dragon.
If you would oppose our crusade, then come. But know that none shall deny us salvation.
I mean, if you asked, we would help you with salvation. Kind of what we do. At least he's only throwing rocks and not entire planets. Behind him.
Come inside me.
Where my Rhine-kissed blades,
Hello, Hades.
I will suffer no obstacles. No matter the foe.
That shows a pretty good voice actor.
Uh-huh.
Like he would sound evil even if you were asking where the candy store is.
Where's the candy store?
Same voice actor from the PSP version. And Dissidia.
Oh, come on, I was on the other side of it.
Hey.
Such is your power. Come forth, my servant of shadow.
You're gonna be locked in place for a bit.
With abyssal dark and hero's blade, I bring my people liberation.
The Crescent will now have a circle AoE.
Point blank.
Point blank circle AoE, so don't be near him.
Can't see.
Dragon, Hear me and obey. Crush them.
Behind him, but far away behind him.
Bathe them in black flame. My meteors will extinguish your light.
It sounded like you were saying cake, and I was trying to figure out why you were saying cake.
I thought
I'm serving you.
Well, when I hear cake, I assume he might have been doing.
He was saying shake as in shake it off.
Yeah, but if he had said cake, I would have assumed he meant, hey, the ass.
I hate this one.
Oh, crap.
If you look closely, the order the clones appear in denote what order spheres go across the platform in.
To the heavens for your doom.
Okay. Stand next to it, then run into it when it goes away.
You wretch. Come forth, my servant of shadow. Let lightning surge.
Pick the healer you like best. Someone has to protect both of us.
But you can't stand in both. They inflict magic vulnerability.
Yep. So basically you have to pick a healer and help that healer.
Yep.
You asunder.
Gale Spears again. Horizontal, horizontal, vertical, vertical.
What?
Oh, I did that wrong. Sorry.
Oh god.
Back. Run past them and run far.
Oh, yeah.
Get hit by both of it.
And I'm dead.
Yeah, me too.
I have that AT&T lagging internet.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Look,
I've got Nason ready.
For your doom. Where my Rhine-kissed blades.
Of course.
This place shall be your tomb. Crush them.
Crap.
Render unto me your all. My meteors will extinguish your light.
Frizel, whoa!
Yeah. Best way to learn new mechanics.
You kicked in the face by them? Yes,
Yep.
probably.
Come forth, my servant of shadow. Let lightning surge!
Big.
A raging gale to rend you asunder.
Then south, then east, then north, then west.
Be gone!
Get behind him and out. Stack. Shake. Good.
The cold spares. Oh, no, just the cold AoE, never mind.
Yep.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Look to the heavens for your doom. Wear my rime-kissed blades. This place shall be your tomb.
Did no one tell you that throwing rocks is not nice?
Well, someone's gonna do it now that white mages can't. Behind him and out.
Render unto me your all. My meteors will extinguish your light.
Buster, get away from us, please.
Come forth, my servant of shadow. Let lightning surge.
Take.
A raging gale to rend you asunder.
South, east, north, west.
Be gone!
Get behind him and out.
Hot.
Hey, we will price this.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Look to the heavens for your doom. Wear my rime-kissed blades. This place shall be your tomb. Crush them.
behind and out.
Render unto me your all. My meteors will extinguish your light.
Okay. Ooh, good bait.
I'd rather her shit that off the platform than across the platform.
Got him.
Booyah!
I only died 3 times.
My power.
Whee! And now you don't die if you jump off the edge.
Now look. You're going to be right next to Golbez when you get out of cutscene, Asmo.
Even my blade. So this
He's so much smaller.
is the limit.
So very small. He's normal sized.
He shrunk.
Ran out of energy.
It must be cold.
But considering he was wielding 2 different forms of Ice Smash, okay. Let's just shut up. He's got a cutscene.
Are you all right?
What's happening?
At last, the moment is at hand. You may have bested me, but not quickly enough. Too late will you look to the chasm. You've won the battle, but I win the war.
Oh, come on.
Stop this. I beg of thee. Let her go.
Darkness made manifest once abided in the depths of this abyss, until one day it dispersed in a haze of ether. In the absence of the great flow, that ether has nowhere to return. And so it has coalesced, giving rise to a mighty voidsent. Now feast. Feast upon this dragon and its ardent longing for home with it.
Ah, fuck. The whole point of going into the void.
From the convergence of ancient and newborn, an entity without equal shall emerge. One who shall tear down the barrier between worlds. Upon you, who shall deliver us from eternal damnation, I bestow the name of a hero of Eld. Zeromus, awaken!
Zeromus. Looks like a Protoss.
No matter how powerful, a void scent can be sealed in Memoria. Damn it. It's too strong.
Our warding scales may not hold. Not against a void scent born of Zodiac's ether.
We must retreat. Everyone to me.
Didn't she just get eaten? What do you mean save her? Damn. It'd be so funny if it just like slapped his ass right now. We made it back. Safely, at least. Alright, I hope... I'm assuming that is it for instance groups, so let's disband them. Alright, so... How much more do we have for a story? I hope not much. Because I'm as it is, I'm kind of cutting it close. But hopefully we don't have much more to go. Because I need to do an oil change on my car before it gets too dark out. Pretty much done? Okay. Well, let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it on it. And I can go do my car's oil change. That I am almost a month and a half late doing. In light of this development, that we escaped with our lives is an accomplishment unto itself. Would that we could have anticipated Ashdaia's yearning to return home could be manipulated in this fashion. Alas, we must now contend with the newborn void-sent hells bent on breaching the rift. And one with such prodigious strength. Zeromus is unlike anything I have ever seen. So named for an ancient hero, as Golbez said, though none can say if there is even a sliver of truth in the legends. Perhaps Golbez chose it in the hopes of his champion will do that which no one could in the country Memoria save the world. But a true hero would not damn another world to save his own. And we're not about to let that happen. But regardless, we need to regroup. Aye. Loath though I am to admit it, we are in no state to face a void scent of Zeromus' might. Vitra, not least of all. In body and mind both. For now, let us return to Radzat-Han and take stock of the situation. Very well. Shroud, might I trouble you to head to Bestway's Burrow and apprise Urianger of the situation? The rest of us shall tend Vitra's wounds before returning to Radzat-Han. Pray, join us there anon. Alright, let's quickly go praise Urianger, and we'll head to Radzat-Han, where I assume we're going to wrap up. Man. And I figured it wouldn't be that easy, us just going in and saving Ashdaya, but seeing her get corrupted, turned into a void scent, and then eaten by another one. Sweet Jesus. Thankfully, so far, The worst of my fears have not come to pass, though. Like, no one's died yet. Zero's still alive. Thank God. We technically Ashdaya died, although I'm not entirely sure on that subject. I'm still a bit confused. Like, I don't know how you survive being eaten. That maybe she wasn't chewed? Ah, Shroud, thou art returned. I am pleased to say it hath been blessedly uneventful in your absence. But more importantly, what of your mission in the void? Yeah, shit happened. Sorry, bud. Heavens forfend. That Ashdaya should be used to birth a dread void scent born of Zodiac's residual ether. Although we could not have predicted this outcome, there is one small mercy. The void scent containment seal. As we employed the self-same brands that once imprisoned Zodiac in its creation, this seal should serve to hinder Zeromus. Yet for how long, none can say. For our enemy's strength is unknowable, whilst the barrier has erected in haste. Thou shalt rejoin our comrades anon to deliberate measures, yes? Then I shall remain here to maintain my vigil over the seal. Good man. Should we observe signs of the impending incursion, rest assured I shall send word without delay. Go well, my friend. So next time we're gonna have to beat up the Zodiac version of a void scent. Sounds fitting. Sounds fitting. I really hope nothing too horrible happens though. Right. I must assured, we have been expecting you when the set their commence. But forgive me, you must be eager to join them. Okay. Ah, poor Vitra, man.
Do you remember Ciriato and Farfarello? The cowardly pair of voidsent that dwelled in my domain?
Yes, I do, actually. One ate the other.
Ciriato devoured Farfarello. And in so doing, he inherited an all-consuming fear of Barbariccia. For as you know, when a voidsent is devoured, it doesn't simply cease to be. Its soul persists within the devourer. And when a voidsent dies, all the souls that harbored may break free to become individual entities once more.
Okay, so Ashdaya is not completely lost.
That is to say, by defeating Zeromus, we may yet save Ashdaya.
Hope so.
And to make certain that we do, we must remind her of who she is. When the time comes, you must call to her. Call with all your being.
Thy words give me heart, Zero. Thou hast my gratitude.
Then it's settled. Our objective is to defeat Zeromus.
I mean, yeah, I would have figured that's obvious.
While it is unsettling that a void scent could be born of Zodiac's ether, its very nature may render it susceptible to the brands that once contained him. Did Urianger have aught to say?
Not really, he just said he'd be standing vigilant.
I see. If the seal may not hold for long, then haste is paramount.
Couldn't we just let it come to the source and strike it down here?
Doing so would consign Ajdaya's soul to the ethereal sea. Any attempt to ensure her survival demands that we deal with Zeromus in the 13th.
I could barely go near it. Never mind land a blow. So thick was the shroud of darkness. How do you propose we fight such a foe?
Simple. Against impenetrable darkness, we must wield resplendent light. And it just so happens, there is a world replete with light.
The first? Ooh.
The question of how we will harness that light, you may leave to me. With our recent discoveries and proven techniques, as well as the aid of comrades near and far, I have faith that we will find a way. But only if I begin my work at once. Rest up while you can, for there will be much to do when I return.
Yes, ma'am.
It wouldn't do to be idle while our esteemed sorceress labors tirelessly. I shall be training if you have need of me.
But of course.
Wait. Allow me to join you. I must become stronger for what lies ahead.
Plus she wants to look at them abs. Them Instinian abs.
Fine by me. Come on then.
I shall not pass my time wallowing in despair. Using my vessel, I shall attend what preparations I may.
Good idea, buddy. I suppose I'll just be me. Ajay is my sister, and long have I dreamed of saving her. But if I am to do so, I must be better than I have been. Blessed though I am to have you and yours as comrades, I cannot well ask you to lift me up every time doubt and despair creep into my heart. I won't falter again, this I swear. I will hold fast to my conviction, Shroud, and I pray that you will stand with me to the last. I intend to, my friend. We will save your sister, I swear! God damn. Alright, what are you gonna... Meanwhile, on the moon of the 13th.
Zeromus is risen, but not yet at full strength. It will take time before the fiend is able to breach the veil. But what is another moment on this long journey I have endured? It remains as fresh as if it were yesterday. Old friend, the memory of your passing and the pain.
Okay, so yeah, so it is. Durante did take his armor. Called it.
As I promised you then, I promise you now. They shall sing of Golbez, the hero who shattered the wheel and brought salvation to the world.
This really looks like salvation, doesn't it? From light's embrace to shadows deep, a world to save, an oath to keep. And damn. That was a journey. Oh, God. So, that was great. I am super nervous about what they're going to hit us with next time we get a story patch. Oh, man. I just keep getting this, like, dreadful feeling when someone's going to die. Like, I don't want anyone to die, but I mean, Jed did. Like, Azjaya, in her circumstance, is gonna suck, but like, I don't know, like, so much. Like, at the same time, it's not like FF14 constantly kills characters. It's like, it's not like Game of Thrones or some shit, but it always seems to, like, kill characters when you least expect it. So I don't know. I'm nervous. I'm nervous where they're gonna go. Who knows? Maybe I'm worried for no reason, and like they're not gonna kill. They're not gonna kill Zero. They're not gonna kill any of the other characters. They're not gonna kill Azjaya, and they're not gonna kill Vitra. One can hope, but we shall find out. Anyway, I'm super hyped for the wrap up of this arc of a story. I'm curious in what ways any of this is going to foreshadow the next expansion. Maybe the next expansion is going to have a bunch of new zones in the 13th, because so far we've only visited like 2 locations in the 13th so far. And the 13th is a whole planet, right? So maybe the next expansion will take place in the Void and like restoring parts of it, or maybe the story is going to take place in a new continent on Eorzea, because we do know that there's one of those apparently. There's so much I'm like eager to see for the next expansion. I'm eager to see the end of this arc. Obviously, you still got to do the new Pandemonium arc of a raid, which I think this is the last one, unless someone correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe there's 4 of them, 4 stages of this raid. But anyway, I gotta wrap up, guys, because while there's still some sunlight out, I gotta go do an oil change on my car, all that fun stuff. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I work tomorrow, unfortunately. So I'm not exactly sure what day will be appropriate to get to the Pandemonium stuff. I don't even know if it'll be this week, but as soon as I can, I will try and get to the Pandemonium the new Pandemonium tier. Otherwise, that's it for me, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. You all have an amazing evening, day, or night, whatever it is for you. I'll catch you all next time. Bye-bye. Also, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. All that fun stuff. Yes.